Morning, everyone. I'm not sure if this is working, but just to say we're going to start within the next 10 or so minutes, so hang in there. But some people are struggling with the traffic. Thanks. Hi everyone, I think we should start. So we're here today to launch the reading benchmarks for Tshivenda and Xitsonga. So let me say, Dimachironi, Abusheni, and good morning to everyone here this morning. My name's Stephen Taylor, if I haven't met you. I'm Director for Research, Monitoring and Evaluation here at the DBE. And it's a privilege for me to welcome you. It's great to have such a good group of people here today, both from within the department, from provincial departments, from our partners in the sector, literacy, NGOs, and all the different partners who have been working with us on this work, and in literacy more generally. It's an exciting occasion today, I'm sure we'd all agree. So I'm going to get straight into giving a bit of an overview of why we're here today. You've got a program in front of you, very nice glossy program and a few other glossy reports of the main research and outputs being launched today. There's the report on Tshivenda benchmarks, there's the report on Xitsonga benchmarks, and there's a report on a teacher benchmark usage study that we've done. So do read those as the day goes on. Just to look at the program, what's in store for us today. We already had some coffee and registration and a treat from the DBE choir. We're really grateful to them for what they did for us today. The first session, we're going to look at a high level before we get into the detailed benchmarks of any particular language. We're gonna talk about why we did this work, the background to this work. Looking at the role and importance of learning in home language more generally, rather than just the benchmarking work that we've done. Dr. Mbude Mahane will do that. Hopefully she'll be arriving very soon. We'll have a panel session from some of our partners who are in organizations who have funded this last round of benchmark work. There are more donors and partners who have partnered with us in funding some of the earlier benchmarks that we launched, and then we'll have some discussion before tea. After the break, I'm going to be handing over to Ms. Manona to chair. She's the Chief Director for Learning Foundations in the DBE, and that'll be probably the kind of main session in a way where we'll be presenting on the linguistic features and reading benchmarks of Tshivenda and Xitsonga in particular. And then after lunch, Ms. Modiba will chair a session. She's also director in the curriculum branch here in the DBE. And that session will focus on the teacher benchmark usage study. So thinking about how teachers are going to use these benchmarks in a sensible way within classrooms. And then the last session of the day will be chaired by Ms. Kanisa Diamond. And it will focus on some of the uses of these benchmarks in the sector more broadly, for sector monitoring purposes, for curriculum strengthening, for the school use, for district use, even for parents, and we'll also be looking for ideas of like how can these benchmarks really be well used. So that's the plan for the day. Let me do a short presentation really on behalf of some of my colleagues and the linguists and the experts who've been working with us on the benchmarking work. But someone needed to do it and provide a little background into why we did this benchmarks work. So the privilege fell to me. So just a bit of background on education in South Africa and literacy and reading in particular. I think we would agree, taking a really big picture, that access to education is something that we already made a lot of progress on in earlier years. I think even by the early 2000s, we saw almost all 7 to 15-year-olds attending school. That was an achievement. There's still further work to be done around access, increasing even more the percentage of youth who complete a national senior certificate or equivalent is something where we've made progress, but I think we still have some areas to improve in terms of access. But the focus shifted towards the challenge of learning quality, and even there, as much as we often it's brought to our attention, how much needs to still be done in areas like early literacy and numeracy through things like TIMS, PILS, and SACMEC. It's sometimes overlooked that we Closer. Oh, there we go. It's okay. I hope you could hear. Do I have to start all over? Stephen Taylor, DBE. I'm saying, yeah, yeah. So one of the things that's sometimes a bit overlooked in those assessments is that we did improve, and perhaps because it was off such a low base, sometimes people thought it wasn't cause for celebration. But we were one of the fastest improving countries in the world on those assessments. And I say were in a sense because we do know that progress was somewhat halted by the pandemic, and I think it's very clear that the slight dip in the PIRLS results is due to the pandemic. It's like sometimes things are obvious when you look around at a potential reason, but the amount of time that was lost for children was really unusual, very unusual. So it's important to remember that we've been on this improving trend, and we can point to specific system-wide interventions that I think may have been driving that over a period of time, things like the DBE workbook program, revisions to the curriculum that took place over time, the rollout of the Grade R program, and even at a specific point in time, bringing in the annual national assessments, perhaps just drew attention to the importance of learning, especially in primary schools. I think we also saw the impacts of these early learning improvements on matric outcomes. You know, we've seen consistently more and more children entering matric, passing with a bachelor. I mean, the number of bachelor passes, I think, has almost tripled since 2008. So we do see these improvements. So there is clearly some overall strengthening and improvement in the system. And that being said, we are therefore really focusing on, especially on some of the earlier learning foundations, as perhaps the most sustainable way to create further improvement. So areas of ECD, especially with the function shift moving from departments of social development to basic education, is clearly a major focus now within the department, but also early grade reading, literacy more broadly, and early grade maths are big focus areas currently. Zooming in now towards the reading work, I think we knew about the early grade reading assessments as one assessment that maybe was a more localized complement to some of these bigger international assessments like PIRLS. They were developed. The early grade reading assessment was developed not in South Africa but internationally in around 2006. And it assesses a range of early reading outcomes like letter sound recognition, phonemic awareness, word recognition, comprehension, vocabulary, fluency, and writing. These are one advantage of those kinds of assessments is they're low cost and they are language adaptable. They do obviously need to be adapted for each of the languages. They also are quite quick and easy to administer. All right, and by 2016, more than 70 countries have been using EGRA in about 120 languages, and South Africa was included there. And in some countries, they've used this EGRA data to create early grade reading benchmarks. And we actually sat here in this very room, I think it was 2018, but it might have even been 2017. I think 2018, and we had a similar day to today. We had internal people, we had external experts, and a few international experts to come and share. We all kind of brainstormed around, is there a need for reading benchmarks in our African languages? What would the methodology be? What are the different approaches to deriving benchmarks? And what lessons can we learn from other countries who've done similar things already? And some of those countries are mentioned there. But that day really was the sort of initial launch for giving us a direction that over the last 5 years or so we've now brought to quite a lot of fruition. And I think there were certain things we're concerned about and critiques we may have had for some international norms and benchmarks for reading. I think there was widespread consensus that we can't just borrow norms and benchmarks that may exist internationally for English and assume that would apply to each of our languages. So that was something where there was very wide consensus on. we felt or people raised that it was important to look at language-specific characteristics and skills. So to take great care in looking at the different orthographies of our different languages and other language structural characteristics. And so that I think gave us a much better sense of what needed to be done and the methodology that we would follow going forward. There was also not only in terms of like how we develop benchmarks, but there was a need realized for passages, that we needed to have enough passages that we were using in EGRA type testing that were developed in those languages rather than maybe translated or something like that. So those were some of the lessons locally and internationally that informed the direction that we followed in recent years. So what are benchmarks? Why do we need them? How do they relate to other concepts like goals, metrics, and targets? So a goal here would be a long-term aspiration. And in South Africa, we have, for instance, a well-known goal in the reading space that the president said is for 10-year-old children to learn to read for meaning. That would be a goal. But we also know that reading is it's a complex and comprehensive outcome involving comprehension and involving a lot of different components that all work together to create that outcome. So a metric, we need a metric somewhere here that's just a unit of measurement. It's just some sort of way of measuring. It could be something like correct words per minute from a connected reading text. That's an example of a metric. And then a benchmark would be a numerical representation of that metric, but it's a milestone on the way to the goal. So if the goal is reading with comprehension by grade 4 or by the age of 10, something like that, we saw the need to develop benchmarks to sort of track how we're doing on the way there. Earlier in terms of the earlier grades, but in terms of the earlier foundational skills that all work together to build towards reading comprehension. And then obviously a target would be something we set ourselves as a target based on a baseline, would be something like the percentage of children reaching a particular benchmark by a certain point in time. That would be maybe a target. Okay, so I think the presentations themselves will give a little bit more background into the exact methodology of how we came up with benchmarks, how we looked at, for instance, the relationships between reading skills within a language like reading fluency, for instance, and comprehension. So that will be explained later. An obvious question, though, around this is why are these benchmarks going to be valuable and how will they be used in the sector, in classrooms, by teachers, by parents, by policymakers, etc. And we do think that they have potential uses at various levels. At a national and provincial level, this can assist with just establishing definitions and communicating standards, but also monitoring progress within the sector. At a school level, this can help provide teachers with tools and help them identify remedial needs. And that's really where the benchmark usage study comes in that we'll hear more about this afternoon, which is about the work that needs to be done to help teachers respond to the benchmarks. So once they kind of know the information of how their children are doing, what does that mean for them pedagogically and remedially? So that's kind of moving from the school into the classroom. All right. Curriculum already does address aspects of reading in different ways. It recognizes these five essential components in the teaching of reading: phonemic awareness, word recognition, comprehension, vocabulary, and fluency. Fluency one would define as a combination, and the curriculum would define it as a combination of accuracy, speed, and prosody. So it's not just about kind of speed reading; it's about reading accurately, and it's about reading with the correct prosody as well. And then the curriculum also would point to specific activities that like group guided reading and paired reading, which are important ways of developing those skills. Yeah, I think let me move on from that slide, from the curriculum. Okay, this is now just to kind of take stock of the work we've done in the last few years. We initially launched Nguni language benchmarks. I think there was actually initially a report that was more on the methodology of developing reading benchmarks. Then the next report was the Nguni languages. I think we didn't assume that that the Nguni languages would all have the same benchmarks. So we looked at the data together, and we saw that, in fact, the relationships between the components of reading were very, very similar within the Nguni languages. And so in the end, it was maybe convenient to have the same benchmarks that were then set for the different Nguni languages. We did EFL in November 2022. At the same time, we launched benchmarks for the Sesotho-Setswana language group, and also for Afrikaans. So that was all a year ago. And then today, we're ready with the Tshivenda language report and the Xitsonga report. And there is still a plan to look at English home language. Data is already available, so I don't think that one's going to need new data collection. But I think as we've done this more and more, we've realized certain assumptions can't necessarily be made. And one was that maybe we shouldn't assume that English home language in our context should work the same as English home language in other contexts. So we're going to be looking at that as well. The reports are available on the DBE website at that link. And hopefully that gives enough background. But if there's still outstanding questions, hopefully as the day goes, that's exactly what we're here to address today. All right, so that's the end of my short introductory overview presentation. There will be some time for discussion at the end of the session. But I think now, I don't think Dr. Mbude Mahana is here yet. So I think what we should do is move to the panel of partners who have been funding this last round of benchmark development. And I think the panelists are going to come here. Right, they'll each take a few minutes to give an input on why they have regarded early grade reading as important to prioritize and to fund. So the three panelists that we're going to have now is Mr. Khotso Tototso, Ms. Lauren Falk, and Dr. Felicia Wilson-Young. So maybe starting with Ms. Tsotso from the Old Mutual Foundation. Please, firstly, thank you for all the support Old Mutual has given. And maybe you can share a little bit about why you think it's an important area to support. Thanks, Khotso.
Good morning. Sorry, I was a bit late this morning, so I lost track of time. It's always good to be invited to any of the DBE functions anywhere, because then it's time to go meet friends. Because I always say the circles that we operate in are very, very small, and it's good to see everyone once again. I'm not going to take long. I'm really just going to address the question directly. But maybe before I do that, I really need to acknowledge my predecessor, Ms. Kanyisa Diamond. I think this was ingenious, just in terms of the conceptualization in collaboration with the DBE into foundation phase literacy and numeracy work. I think really well done to her. It was sort of easy to get into the space. At Old Mutual, we obviously have quite a number of initiatives that we do or we support towards the idea of skills development or just education generally. So our social responsibility framework covers quite a number of areas because we do realize that if you are going to make any dent, you have to try work systemically. So our social investment specifically is divided into two areas. One, education. And at this point, I'm still sort of defining education broadly, but also humanitarian and disaster support. One of the worst things that has happened, even in our own programs, is that as we are driving the idea of positive futures, you get a disaster and everything gets disrupted. So the very same learners that have to go to school to be taught cannot access schools anymore. So we realized that we needed to invest in that. Now, of all our investments, I think one of the most important ones, which really looks at the base, is investing in access to literacy, but leveraging home language, multilingualism, or mother tongue, to be specific. And our work here, again, looking at it systemically, entails a number of things. So one, we have been supporting the establishment of the language unit within the DBE, understanding that in partnership with the NECT, by the way, so understanding that in the long term, this work will help support meaningful language transformation in our schools. Of course, the benchmark and the research that we've done with research and M&E unit of the DBE. There's work that we do in schools with the different provincial departments to prepare teachers to teach in mother tongue and multilingualism as well. So we do quite a bit of teacher training and teacher training material development, up and including pre-service teacher support, working with about 12 universities led by the UJ, to really look at reading pedagogy course. So how can we strengthen a bachelor's degree to support teaching in mother tongue and multilingualism as well. Now, to the key question, why do we do this? There are probably a number of indirect reasons, but I think the four direct reasons why a corporate such as Umucho would do this. I think the first one is a sense of responsibility to contribute to economic participation. We are a business, and we realize that a key to meaningful economic participation is the ability to read and decipher information, the ability to communicate. And if increasingly a lot of our citizens cannot read and comprehend information through different languages, it will eventually affect the economy, it will affect business. So I think that this is the responsibility number one. So just pushing participation. Secondly, and probably more direct, what is good for us, or what if it's good for South Africa is good for us in a way. So if you think about it, we sell and we provide financial services. And the more sophisticated those financial services are, the more it requires a certain level of literacy, or at least a basic level of literacy. One cannot consume those products if one cannot comprehend what they are. I think a lot closer. We pride ourselves for being an industry leader in financial education. You may not know that all financial services companies are sort of required to provide literacy in just or train for financial literacy. You cannot do this, so you cannot teach numbers or money when people cannot read or comprehend language. So we've seen a very direct correlation between the two. In fact, in provinces where the level of literacy or literacy levels are a bit better, the level of comprehension of financial education is a lot better. And finally, of course, probably just like the government, the DBE specifically, we would like to get into a situation where we solve the more sophisticated problems. That cannot happen when the basics are not right. So we see this as part of a systemic journey to solve a much deeper general education problem, I think. With those words, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, Kotso. Next up, we have Lauren from the Xenix Foundation. Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks, Stephen, and good morning to everybody. I have to admit that I'm feeling a bit frazzled from being in the traffic. And we thought, there's a really serious reason, there's an accident. But actually it was just a roadblock. And so it was really frustrating. And I haven't had my morning coffee. So unfortunately you're going to get 80% of me rather than 100% of me. So the international benchmark set by Hasbrook and Tyndall is that grade 8 learners in the 50th percentile are expected to read 151 words per minute by the end of the academic year. The DBE benchmark norm for grade 6 EFL is 140 word counts per minute. In a current Xenex senior phase EFL backlogs project, we assessed the oral reading fluency of 364 grade 8 learners across 4 provinces. And what did we find? We found that of 113 word count per minute. But the variation across the cohort was considerable. It went from 66 word count per minute to 146, right? So that is a considerable variation that our teachers are seeing. So you can see that our learner scores deviated considerably from the norms set out, both internationally and locally, for grade level performance. This is at grade 8 and 9 level. Why I'm talking about senior phase, you'll hear about now. So, at the senior phase, learners are expected to read a wide range of complex texts across the content areas, which contain domain-specific vocabulary and discourse. You all know what I mean by that, right? So if you are talking about, I was at school a long time ago, biology, then or let me say, then you're talking about photosynthesis. You're talking about life cycles. Or they're very, you're talking about in solar systems. You're talking about astronomy terms, etc., etc. So those are domain-specific vocabulary. So reading comprehension is a particularly crucial skill, in this phase of schooling. So what we did was, for reading comprehension, we assessed 842 learners using a non-fiction text on the solar system. The results indicated that 41% of the learners achieved between 11% and 30% for the comprehension task, suggesting that almost half of the learners struggle to make meaning of text. So teachers, as you can see, are placed under enormous strain when they're expected to deal with such a wide spectrum of differing abilities in the classroom and the varied needs that exist because of these different ability levels. What these scores indicate is that learners in the senior phase have not been supported previously, right? How did they get these backlogs? And yes, there are a number of reasons, contextual and otherwise. But they need to develop these skills and comprehension of texts that they come across every day in the senior phase. And this untenable situation points to the need to ensure that fluency is developed sufficiently in the foundation phase. And this is my link, right? That they are supposed to have developed these skills in the foundation phase. to ensure that learners can access text independently in the high school and to lessen the amount of differentiation required in senior phase classrooms. So in our research, we are finding a lot of that is happening. And hence, the reason of why are we here today is why prioritize and fund reading development? I think I've given a compelling example already, to be honest. I think it's a no-brainer. But so today's launch is an important day because not only are we highlighting the most under-resourced, the most underserved, and the most under-researched languages. Today, we are drawing a line in the sand around recognizing those learners whose mother tongue is Tshivenda and Xitsonga. And this is significant in giving esteem to their language, their culture, and their identity. And we should never underestimate that. So, but what is the point of developing benchmarks, Stephen and Mpumi, when there are very few resources, right? We know that there are lesson plans that have been developed in Xitsonga and Tshivenda, but do we have all the accompanying other blows Xenix's trumpet at all? In 2019, we did initiate a project called Ulwazi Lwetu. And this was a collaboration between the Nelson Mandela Institute, Maltino, Room to Read, and Sadie. And we set out to develop children's books to support the teaching of reading of all the 9 African language readers in the classroom. And good morning, Dr. Mbude. I just want to, so for those of you who come from the provinces, I've got copies of 145 Tshivenda storybooks in both non-fiction and fiction that are all leveled and decodable. They are also available in leisure readers, and that's for both Xitsonga and Tshivenda. So we now have more an abundant number of readers for our learners to read. And these books have been developed to strengthen reading and literacy in the early grades so that children are not disadvantaged when they read in the senior phase, that they can succeed and not drop out and not become a Pearl statistic. So I kind of feel like, I want to go on to what works in this, but I kind of feel like I want to leave it there because I think that for the rest of the day, people are going to be talking about that. But I'm happy to share more on the resources, and I really do think that this is one of the most important projects that Xenix has funded in African languages because it is a huge strategic goal for us. And so not only have we produced a number of the lesson plans that support the system-wide interventions that the DBE is implementing, but we are also supporting the SERP project, which is the Sesotho and isiZulu reading program, where we are developing 8 modules in those 2 languages. And I know it's not Xitsonga and Tshivenda, but that's where we are heading. That's our line of sight, is that we've developed 8 modules for the insertion into BEd degrees so that the teaching of reading can be improved in the mother tongue. And so we will continue to fund these critical initiatives so that we can support the DBE and each of the provincial DOE reading strategies, because the reading strategy is really at the core of the development of this country, and it's critical that we all have hands on deck. So thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. The next spot goes to Dr. Felicia Wilson-Young. Felicia is currently with USAID, she's speaking on behalf of USAID, but she's worked all over the world on a range of exciting education programs and topics. So it's great to have you with us, Felicia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stephen. Good morning, everyone. How are you? We are here. We are accounted for. I'd like to say good morning, of course. Do you need something here? It's fine. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. We're all here together. To Dr. Mbunde, of course, we've had the opportunity to meet. I'm honored to be here on behalf of the U.S. government and USAID to meet many of you I've met before. And we are colleagues, so I just want to highlight that, right? Because we are together in this struggle of literacy and accountability and the opportunity for us to make a difference in the lives the lives of the children that we serve. So I just wanted to say good morning to all of you and talk about, the fact of something we already know. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, and excuse sometimes my church references or religious references in that sense. We all know how important reading comprehension is. We all recognize that we wouldn't be in this room if we ourselves had not been properly prepared to be able to read, to be able to comprehend, to be able to understand the depths of contextual utterances that happen in language and in reading. And so I want to acknowledge that we're here because of educators and family members and all of those that poured into our lives so that we could be better readers. And that brings us to today. So what I recognize is that with reading comprehension, those skills are the fundamentals. They're the fundamentals that teach us how to learn. And not only to learn, but how to think, how to look at what is developing around us, how to be cognizant of what our contribution could be. And we start that at very early ages. We start that even before we get into a formal school system. And so that's why this is important. It's important not just because of what takes place when we arrive in the learning environment or the school environment, but because of what takes place even before we arrive. We come to the table with knowledge. The young children that we're working with, they come to the table with knowledge. And I want to acknowledge that because when we have created a solid, fundamental foundation of basic literacy, we are not just building that child's educational experience, but we're building their future. We are making a contribution and giving them the opportunity to access the world. Access the world. And I want us to remember that. Recently, I had the opportunity to visit the Hector Peterson Museum. I'd been there before. I've lived in South Africa before. And this time I was able to, I was attending with one of our assistant administrators, Monday, who was Zambian by birth, but also American. And in doing that, we had the opportunity to meet Miss Antoinette, Hector's sister. So what does that have to do with reading? For me, that experience was so pivotal in my mind because 17 years ago, I visited that same museum. And I walked through that museum understanding and knowing what that museum represents. Not just the loss of a life of one individual, but the loss of a life of many. I don't want to make this a political statement, but I do want us to understand that at that time, people were challenged and they were championing for the right to learn. And not just the right to learn, but the right to learn in a language that they could understand, in a language that was their access to the world, right? And so when I think about the benchmarks now, I think it's the same story in a different time, maybe with different generations, but the importance of reading and comprehension, the importance of learning in mother tongue, something that you can relate to, you understand, and that you can have knowledge in, that gives you strength, that goes beyond just the act of reading itself, but it delves into culture. It delves into what is sustainable as these young minds are growing and learning. Having that opportunity was so pivotal to me and just moved me beyond words, honestly. But I mention it today because I think it correlates with some of the things we're talking about, the importance of mother tongue and why partners like USAID and the U.S. government must continue to make these investments. Make the investments and partner with the Department of Basic Education. Partner with the other donors who are sitting at the table to make sure that everyone has a chance to build and to develop and improve their economic situation, their educational situation, by having access to learning in a tongue that they can relate to, that they know of, and that is really the root of them being able to access the world. For more than 5 years, USAID has invested and partnered with the Department of Basic Education. We have invested in the early grade reading. We've invested through performance. And I want to also mention our implementing partner of Kalisa. I think that's very important. And I also want to mention that we are so committed to this and committed to localization. Often when I'm in South Africa, I hear the term nothing for us but by us, or for us by us. And that includes all of us in this room. Why is that important? I think that this is an example programmatically of what that means, to have locally led activities. And USAID is committed to that, locally led activities. First, allowing partnering with the government of South Africa as the leader, setting the standard, setting the foundation of what needs to be accomplished, saying what are the needs of the communities, what are the needs of the country, and then also partnering with the Department of Basic Education and Kalisa and other donors who are all locally present to be a part of the process. And when I think about the improvements that we've made with the reading benchmarks, not just in Tshivenda, but also in all 11 languages for South Africa, that is monumental. I shared that this morning with our mission director, and she said, what an accomplishment. And I thought to myself, yes, it's not one that I have led completely, but it's been one that we've led together. And I want us to give ourselves an applause for that, to recognize how instrumental this accomplishment will be. And as we go through the course of the day, to remember that. Thank you. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to mention is about the investment. It's important that we continue to invest. And as the U.S. government, we do make a dedication that we will continue to invest in reading and supporting the learning of the children of South Africa, that we will continue to partner with the Department of Basic Education, and we will spend time unpacking what is the next step. So even though we celebrate this launch, it is not an end. It is still just another beginning to look at what are the other needs. And we'll have that conversation in the next couple of weeks to talk to DBE leadership about what our investment could and should be in regards to reading. I just want to say that recognizing how through having these benchmarks available, we are closing gaps. We are shifting lives. We are, and I say the collective we, presenting an opportunity and committing to make a difference in this area. So I thank you on behalf of USAID. We do continue to be committed to this. I thank you for the partners I've gotten to work with during this time. And I also want to say, be mindful that as we move forward, what we are investing in is investing in people. Not just curriculum and assessments, but these are people. And be mindful of that. Donors, as you count your dollars. Colleagues, as you implement these programs, be mindful. These are lives. We're investing in lives. So thank you for the opportunity to be present. I appreciate all of you, and I look forward to learning so much more today. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Dr. Wilson-Young. All right, the next item on our agenda this morning is going to be a presentation all about the role of home language in learning. And I'm sure that just by virtue of the topic that has brought this group of people together today, that everyone here has a strong appreciation for that. We know that language is foundational to education. It is cross-cutting. It is a complex issue. It is very, very important. And so it's an exciting development that perhaps some of you are already aware of, that within the DBE there's a new language unit that's been established. And we're excited to be joined there by Dr. Mbude Mahana, Dr. Naledi Mbude Mahana, who has now been joined us to head up the unit as DDG of that unit. If you read Dr. Mbude's bio in the program, you'll see that not only does she have a long history within government, within the Eastern Cape Department, now with us in National, but she's also a scholar and she's an activist. She's someone who cares deeply about various things, about learners, about children, about inclusivity in education, about language. And so it's great to have someone who cares deeply about what we do, the reason for what we do it, and is wanting to see change really passionately. So we're going to have a presentation now from Dr. Mbude. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. And do we have a PowerPoint? No. Okay. Do you have a PowerPoint you'd like to project? You'll be fine. Okay, you'll come stand here. Okay. Well, let's welcome Dr. Mbude. Thank you. We can shift this across a bit.
Good morning, colleagues. I always get embarrassed when I start with an apology. It's one of those days thinking that I'm fine. We were sitting. You don't have to capture this one. This is it's an apology, don't worry. Yes. This week was a very special time for me. I have triplets who are on the autism spectrum. They were 16 on Sunday. And they were, one of them, we had to bring one to Joburg because the other two are here. So it was his time to go home this morning. And he was supposed to have left on Monday afternoon, but he says to me, and I think this is what is strange about autism, you don't know what they don't know. But there's so much that they know and you can't understand. Why can't they talk to you about the black hole? And yet they can't tie their shoes. So the difficulty with that, got me this morning, and I don't want to cry. But yeah. So as I was sitting in traffic with this accident happening, I got an opportunity to understand why they had to be mine. Because I think the problem that is in that school is the fact that we think that when children have disabilities, they don't need their language. The school offers what the school offers. And I think it's an area that we have not really spent time on. Because the miscommunications that go on are very cultural. They are social as well. But I also think that there's an element where when we speak about language issues, we think that if it's a special school, it takes care of the child's needs and not those things that children need. And you see this when you spend time with them. That there are things that are happening there, and it gave me a lot of emotions, but sorry about that. The first thing I want to say, I am between two places today. I'm here, and I must go back to Joburg, to the Birchwood Hotel, because there's the Pan South African Language Board conference there that I'm expected to present for the DBE. So my life has been quite hectic. So after this, I must rush back. I was communicating with colleagues that they must tell Pensal that I'm coming, but I'm going to be late there as well. So I'm going to be spending the day apologizing today. But my role really for me, it's a talk. It's a conversation. And the few people who know me know that I babble a lot. And I think in my babbling, I'm trying to understand what it is that should be our focus in the next 10 to 20 years about what has gone on or what hasn't gone on. So being asked to come to speak to you today about the importance and the role of learning in a home language is not only emotive for me, but it also signifies a crucial time that we have lost. And as Felicia has just said now, it's not about losing time, it's losing the opportunities of people, of learners, in what could have. And the fact that we cannot be okay with being part of a system that is part of that could have is what keeps me awake at night. So if anybody wants to know who I am that person who doesn't sleep at night because I worry that we talk too much. We do not understand and realize when we speak about this basic need that children must have access to so that they can make sense of their own lives, we do not understand the impact that it will have on their lives. So it's okay to sit in boardrooms and us to converse about things. But what it means actually to those children is what affects me so deeply. And if along the process of doing the work that we do, I will erode and I will rub you, just understand that it's who she is. So apologies up front, because I have lots of those moments with colleagues, and sometimes maybe I don't express this up front. I always speak about the language tapestry in Africa and the fact that we are the only continent of 2,143 languages, and yet in this continent, the exogenous languages that children have to manage in, we spend our time trying to patch for the fact that we have not given them what every other child has in the developed world. And the sooner we contend with that reality, the better it will be for us. And we explain that they need English. It will open doors for them. Of course they do. But if it is at the expense of them becoming human beings who the value of what they bring from home is not valued, I don't think we are doing them any favor. So while we accept that not everything in education is about language, but language is everything in education, because this is what they will use to make sense of all the efforts that we are trying to do, period. So if we understand that the sensitivity I have around what and why we do what we do is based purely on that premise. And I think I want to be the first person to say the work that has been done by the team on the reading benchmarks is very important. Any work that tries to bring us one step closer to having what English and Afrikaans kids have in this country, for me, I want to take my hat off for that work. That's the first part. The dichotomy that usually is in the system of as we do what we do, what is our philosophical basis? If we are going to do the work that we do because we are trying to emulate or we're trying to transpose from English to African languages, then I have a problem. And that's where my problem lies. And maybe because I don't valorize enough, as we try to equalize, as we try to reach equity for African language learners, we must not take away the basis and the rich tapestry that Africa has in using or in creating any tools that are going to work for our children. Because at the end, if that's what we do, we are taking away the power that you are trying to give. So you can't give on one hand and take, with the other one. because you are transposing on them a system that has worked elsewhere. And you think, we will replicate it, it's going to work for African languages as well. And this is where we need to take cognizance and listen and understand why we do what we do. I do not think that people in this room do not know the role and the importance or significance of learning the home language. I think most of us in this room, unlike in many sessions where you have to always say the same thing, I don't feel that it's important I should do it in this platform. Because I take it that you are here because you understand why. One of the things that I always say to colleagues, because I'm old now, I say what I want. I don't worry about anything. I don't worry about the fact that I must, step on toes, tiptoe around, or the eggs are going to break. I'm tired of that. I've been doing that for more than 25 years, and I've come to a time where, if it doesn't sit well, apologies. But there you have it, I've said it. The great confusion in the system is what I want to just quickly share with you. That learning is something that happens at school. The confusion and the great tension between learning and education is what has kept this continent where it is. Everything that you do in school is important more than what happens at home. And that is why schizophrenically we try everything to get them to know school and to do school, forgetting that it is what they have at home that is going to make them do well at school. And language sits at the center of that discussion. Learners find themselves in school having to change who they are to make place for the new. And anyone who has not had to go through this does not understand what that means. You go to the staff room, you must think, how do I say, excuse me, ma'am, I want to go to the toilet. Just a basic need of going to the toilet. You try to say something and you are told you are wrong. So you are wrong just by being black and African language speaking. So you spend your life trying to emulate. And anybody who lives their life trying to emulate, you will have a problem. Because it means that there's something wrong with you, therefore there's something that must change to look and fit into a particular pattern. And it's exhausting. So if we are exhausted, you can imagine how it feels for those younger ones who are told every time the PELS results come and benchmarks come that you can't read so many words per minute. So it becomes, and that is the burden of benchmarks. We turn the whole system around because we must teach to benchmarks. There's a standard that you must meet. If you don't meet that standard, therefore there's something wrong with you. And this is the caution I want please to put up. The fact that the work they are doing is of great importance. You must also take this caution. That if it is another mini PELS that is going to create another stereotype or deficit narrative of what children can or cannot do, then please don't do it. We are tired of tests that tell us that you are not sufficient. You don't know how to do it. You are not educated. So this is what I would like to express today. That dichotomy between learning and education is something that we may never undermine. Because in trying to, for them, how many they can read, while we have in Africa the cultural dissonance. Tina, if you speak loud, if you speak quickly, there's a problem with you. Because the cultural space is negotiated by those pauses and by those silences. So you might pick up actually that they can't read because that's how they grew up. You wait until you are spoken to. You respond in a particular way. And whether benchmarks can pick that up or will have another number that is going to be running away, making headlines that African children can't read so many words per minute. If it's going to do that, then I can't support that. And this is why I am here today to say to you, with the work that you have done, please, don't create another animal. where children are going to be compared. It must give us an instrument that is going to assist those children in their development path. So when I say, how much of the norming are we doing within the speech communities? I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying take a step back if there's anything to be infused or to be adapted or to be changed. Because if that number comes out, you must know that the media is going to go on it, and it's our data, and our data proves something yet again about African language learners. Can't be. Not under our watch. So while we need these instruments of measurement, we must also be aware of the power that assessment has brought into the system. And the fact that teachers therefore start teaching to the instrument and not attending to the cultural space that children are learning in. And that, for me, is what is important about learning in the home language. That you not only value cognitive, the language, but you also value everything about that child, including the space they are operating in, and how do these benchmarks differ from what we see internationally, because there haven't been any. So we must allow this space that you are going to be using now with the implementation, the first implementation of them, and say, for the next 5 years, we will see where the mistakes are. Because testing 2 skills does not mean you are going to have comprehension. So if we utilize this space to learn from the work that you are doing, please do that. Please don't posture them as the answer to the literacy crisis that we have. Please don't posture them as the silver bullet solution that is going to solve everything, because they are not. So the impression created, if Pearl says you can't read, therefore you can't read, without problematizing and critiquing what it is that is insufficient about Pearls, that does not capture the South African landscape, then we are contributing to the deficit narrative in this country, and I can't be part of that. So with those few words, colleagues, I will always support the work that must continue, that is going to bring us a step closer to making sure that our children read for meaning. I will always support that work. And I will always critique anything that will try to reduce the dignity that is already, the little that is left there, of the African child. Can be that we have another generation of children who must understand that actually you are half of a human being. Because the system makes you like that. We can't be part of that. So thank you very much. And I will continue to support the work that must go on there. But the new reading strategy of the department is actually an effort. Actually, PELS has forced the department to look at the language disadvantage. Not only in schooling. And you know, colleagues usually say, but they learn in African languages in grades 1, 2, and 3. Therefore, why can't they read for meaning? That myopic view. Because when we speak about mother tongue education or learning the home language, we don't only speak about the child, we speak about the teacher who goes through university, not having been trained to teach maths, science, life orientation skills, and everything in the foundation phase in African languages. It starts there. It's the only group in the country that has teachers who are not trained to teach in African languages. They do subjects. They are taught their language, and that's it. And anything that they do, so the quality of UCT and University of Pretoria and VETS ends at graduation day. The teacher sees what to do tomorrow in class. It's their problem. They must manage that. And universities must accept this. They have prized English and Afrikaans in this country. But when children can't read for meaning, it's the fault of the educator. They're not teaching in township schools or in rural areas. There's something wrong with the teacher and the learners and the parents who are never there to support their children. It's never the fault of universities that have not skilled those teachers. We must talk about this. And you must talk truth to power. That we haven't done anything about mother tongue education for African language children. It's what the teacher can manage and translate. So when they get little, they pass on littler. So we can't therefore say we are going to measure, benchmark them where they are and think that whatever we get from the benchmarks is what we need to do. So then the question that I leave with this platform, how do we mitigate that gap? Because we are going to go and benchmark these learners. When we know, actually, that whatever they are unable to do is systemic. So I worry that we might prescribe the wrong prescriptions afterwards to what must happen because our base was already low. So these are the issues, colleagues, while we are saying there's good work that has happened, and I'm the first person to admit where good work has happened, but the challenge that you will have as you are going to be implementing and as you are going to be, exercising and also applying them in the system, just be humble enough to accept that it is the beginning, and all beginnings have their own problems. And that's not posture. And do anything else that we think is going to fix the system. I laugh when people say, what's wrong with the South African education system and how to fix it? And I say, oh, maybe you have a band-aid. You know what to do. Can't be. The humility to accept that we have not done enough in this system to ensure equity across all languages for children is what we are sitting with now. I was asked to present in the TDCM, and now we are going to HEADCOM next week about this 5% language compensation that is given to matriculants. And there's a lot of talks that we are just giving a bonus to black children in grade 12. Otherwise, it just increases their marks. When we have not quantified the linguistic disadvantage, you complain about 5%? That is not commensurate with the linguistic disadvantage that they have. So if you don't quantify the linguistic advantage that our English and Afrikaans children have, how dare you speak about the bonus of 5%? Because it is just to say to them, we understand that you've been disadvantaged your whole life, therefore here's 5%. And we want to take away that so that everybody can feel good, the system is equal, when we know that it isn't. So where are you? Where are academics? Because part of the problem with home language education is that people who are beneficiaries of mother tongue education don't stand up to say, I'm a beneficiary and it works. We need those advocates. We need those activists who say, home language education has worked for me. I'm here because I'm a native English speaker. It has worked for me. I'm an Afrikaans language speaker. It has worked for me. And I still speak English, even though I went through education in Afrikaans. Not be a part of people who say, you need English for wider access to the economy. We know that. But you've had mother tongue education in Afrikaans, and you still speak English, and you are part of the economy. Now, why is it wrong when it comes to African language learners? So I'm saying to you, all efforts to try to fix a fixing ship are a waste of money. We can't waste money patching up. We have a policy in this country. We have no policy in South Africa that says African language learners must change LOLT in grade 4. We don't have it. We don't have a policy based on race in this country. The fact that it is African language kids who happen to be black are the ones who are experiencing that disadvantage speaks volume about our democracy. That is why DBE is the one who must lead this process. And we have political will. The minister is driving that change. The DG is driving that change. And officials, whether they accept it or not, we are paid to implement government policy. That's why you get paid each month. It's not whether we should or should not do it. It's how do we do it, and quickly. Because that linguistic disadvantage that takes away the right of the child to learn in their home language is what we have said, and it's called the status maintenance syndrome. We are tired. It can't be that after so many years, we still say the same thing. But thank you very much for the work that you are doing. On behalf of the department, I value the work and the investment from funders. It's very important to speak to funders. What you fund is very important. The decision to fund any development in African languages is something that I prize. And because of that reason, I value. I came from Zambia with the minister last week, where you could clearly see that funders want a particular line. Structured learning plans, and this and this. So the topics that you are discussing, it's what funders will fund. So what is the point of going to a conference when you know actually what you want the outcome to be? Where is the dignity of the people who are supposed to be discussing their own and having solutions to their own problems? So any funder who wants to fund what you want to do is appreciated. And I want to extend my gratitude to all of you for recognizing that the work that we are doing is what we need to fund, not the work that you want to do because you have the money for it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mbude. Yeah, clearly what needs to happen in the system around language is a lot broader, a lot wider, a lot deeper than just the benchmarking work. I think it's certainly no silver bullet to the challenges we have. And we stand ready to support you, Dr. Mbude, as you take on some of those immense challenges. Also, I think some of the cautions around the use is well noted. And I think that's also this afternoon's presentation where we're really starting to grapple with how does this land in schools and classrooms and how can it be used constructively. That's definitely the idea. So thank you. I think we do have some time now for discussion. Where's my I just want to check how much time we have. 9 minutes. Is that according to the original or according to how we 10:40? Okay. So I think no, we're actually running about tea should have been 20 minutes ago, right? So I think let's see about 10 to 15 minutes maybe of discussion before we go to tea. Is there another mic that's going to be passed around? Okay, so there's going to be a mic that's passed around. So let's take some hands. Who's burning to give a comment or ask a question to any of the presenters so far today? Bear in mind, obviously, we have lots of the detail to come this afternoon. So, yeah, questions, comments? No hands? Yes, we have a hand, one over there. Any others in the meantime? Okay, ma'am, you can start.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to respond to Dr. Mbude's presentation. I don't know whether I'm using my teacher voice or maybe the mic is just failing me. All right. I noted PELS issues. Here as a nation or as a country, we only learn of our children's fate through PELS. But my question now is, where is Anna? The challenge about Anna is it was not reliable. Why can't we bring another national assessment which we are going to use to assess our learners' reading abilities so that we can boldly agree with the assessment results that are coming out from PELS. I am not yet quite convinced that the results that are coming from PELS are actually a true reflection, because I believe that we need here at home to develop something that is going to give us authentic answers of what is actually a problem regarding literacy performance in our country. Thank you very much.
Any other hand? I'm not seeing hands yet. There must be more. There's no appetite yet. Surely someone wants to say something. Otherwise, I'm gonna. Does anyone want? Okay, maybe. Oh, there is a hand. There we go. Please.
Thank you for all the presentations, but I've been one of the people that have always been saying I have benefited a lot from using home language up to grade 6 and following siblings that did home language even for content subjects up to grade 8. But what I want to problematize, are the different borrowed approaches on teaching home languages. Some of us were taught by teachers who never went to college. By then, they had standard 6, but grade 1, you could be reading. You could read a text by grade 1. You could write a proverbial letter to your dad who is in Gauteng without a particular format, because those teachers were able to get us to read using methods that are now, through research, are kicked out. Like they would ensure that sentences that are now branded as nonsensical ones, but that repeated certain sounds to enable us to read. And I know that there are researchers that say you can't use such sentences because it shouldn't be in the system, you must read with meaning. But that ensured that early on, we are able to blend consonants and vowels and write words. I've always been talking about this in TDCM. I'm Swati speaking. I still remember the sentences we started with that would say, ba bi bo ba be ba bo bo. And that is a very, very sentence that has meaning. You might not want the meaning because it says, oh, their dads are so ugly. But the whole notion is not about their dads being so ugly. It is about how you can form words using basic sound combinations, which once you begin to do that, you can then give the learners your consonants, your vowels, they start forming their own words. But we always do things, and while these things are working, we would throw them out within a particular time period before they even stabilize. Those that have also used breakthrough to literacy, they would attest to the grounds that program was making, and which used the same approach. Learners would build words, they will draw drawings, they will talk to that, they'll create a story. But once something like a kind of a recent, and I don't want to be sort of be seen to be disrespectful and say a fed comes through, then we take it. We go visit, pick that, we come back and think we can make things work. When we have our own basic, simple systems that make learners being able to read. We didn't even know the names, phonics, phonology, phonemic awareness. But the teachers were using that, and we learned we could read. I never went to a Model C school in all my life, but I could read. And the discursive practices of words working within different contexts, I learned along. But my question that I always have, why did these teachers who never went to a training college manage to get me to read? That's the issue. I think we are problematizing things that should be simple. Thank you.
Thank you so much, man. All right, I have a hand over there. Florence.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you also for all the presentations. We learned a lot. It's part of lifelong learning to listen to these presentations. I think my first observation on the launch of these benchmarks for Xitsonga and Tshivenda is that it's actually best captured by the DBE choir outside there. It's just a celebration. So I am very much in celebratory mood today, and that's why I hope if we take the next break that there will be a cocktail outside so that the celebration can continue. But Dr. Taylor will immediately remind me that it's not supposed to be a cocktail, it's supposed to be a triple cocktail, which involves three things: training, the teacher, especially in African language, in reading, one. The second part of the cocktail is give the teacher materials, those word lists and things in Siswati and Isindebele and the Sesotho languages, in Tshivenda and Xitsonga. Second part of the cocktail, give the teacher materials. And the third part, maybe the most important part of the cocktail, is coach and support the teacher, to teach reading in these languages. The reason why I am in celebratory mood is that this is a parity of esteem thing. It's a right to education thing. It's a social justice thing. It's a equity thing. It's a constitutional thing. It's a language in education policy thing. And in the words of Malala Yousafzai, the young Pakistani activist who spoke in New York at the United Nations, it's an education for all thing. So we are privileged to be involved in a transformation thing, a growth thing, a change thing, and it's a privilege. We took note, and one of the presenters spoke about Tyndall and Hasbrook and the benchmarks that they developed for English internationally, grades 1 to 8, and how those learners were assessed in autumn and in winter and in spring. And we thought we need these benchmarks for our languages, all of them in South Africa as well, because you can't simply use the English benchmarks for the Sotho languages, for an example. And the Sotho languages are vastly different from the Nguni languages, which are vastly different from Xitsonga and Tshivenda, Afrikaans and English. So we are thirsty and hungry for these benchmarks, and eventually you have been putting it on the table. So we must say that as our research unit, you've been moving mountains, and you've been walking on water, and you've been doing miracles, and we are here today to say that we regard it in high esteem. And I think it's Mandela who reminded us that a reading nation is a winning nation, and reading is the most fundamental skill that we must master in order to be successful in schools. And it's an oral reading fluency thing. It's a reading proficiency thing. It is a reading for meaning thing. It's a words recognition thing. It's a letter and sound recognition thing. And it's just simply nice to be part of this gathering. It is, I'm going to end off by saying, it is just one big celebration. And if we look how your attire looks and how you are stripped for the occasion, Dr. Stephen Taylor, it really conveys that picture that we are celebrating
Great
today.
stuff.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Terence. All right. I think those were more of comments. So I think we are hungry and thirsty. So let's see if let's go outside and see if there maybe is even a cocktail. That's maybe wishful thinking, but have some tea or coffee. And then I'm going to ask Ms. Manona, who's going to be the chair, I think you're the chair of the next session, to try to kick us off at 11:15. So that's 20 minutes for tea. And the next session is in some ways, I think, really the meat of the day. So looking forward to that. Thank you. Enjoy tea.
Okay, folks, good morning. Is it still morning? Yes, it's still morning. The day is going to run away, I'm telling you. And it has begun to do so, actually. So can we please settle down while we are finalizing the last bits of miking up our speakers for this session. Those of you who are still finishing off their breakfast, you can continue to do that. But are you ready to roll? Are you? Now we've come to the crux of it. So in this session, we are going to be beginning our launch journey of these benchmarks. And then in the session that will come after me, we will look at beyond the launch. And what is the beyond the launch? It is how these become meaningful in classroom practices. So in assessment practices, in pedagogic practices. And so these two sessions are really key because they are what have brought us together today. The morning session was very important for setting the scene. It was important for acknowledging the generosity, the commitment of our donors and our partners. I don't kind of like the word donor because, when you donate, it's like you dump and you go. And that's not what has been our experience with these incredible partners that we have in education, that it's people who have walked the talk and walked the journey together with us. And so I'm going to start, before I even introduce the guests or the panel or the speakers in this session, I'm just going to start by just acknowledging how big this moment is for basic education and for the sector. And I'm going to talk about its timing. Its timing is quite apt. And what makes it so? It is because this work has just been concluded at the ripe time. Many of you have been part of the social compact, the compact that we have harnessed, built together, that has helped us as a department to rethink our strategic response. Some of you have been part of revising the DBE's integrated national reading plan that we have had since 2019, and you have reformed it, transformed it into what we have today. And what we have today is a national reading literacy strategy. And I want to thank every one of you who is in this room, because whether you were there physically, you have shaped it in one way or the other. So thank you very much. Can you give yourselves a round of applause? Thank you. We would never have done it without your contribution. You contributed immensely. You contributed time. You contributed your knowledge. You shaped it, literally. But now, a strategy is going to give you the direction. But a strategy has to find expression in implementation and implementable activities. It is why I'm saying it's important that today we are concluding that loop when it comes to these benchmarks, because it is these benchmarks that are going to give life to how that strategy is going to be lived in the lives of our teachers. It's going to be lived in the lives of our children through informing these instructional practices that are going to benefit so much from having these benchmarks, which are going to be launched today as the final set of the benchmarks. So congratulations once more. I think that has been said to the team that has been trailblazing in this area. So thank you, and thank you to all of those who contributed to making them a reality. So it's important that we locate this work really to the bigger epistemic shift and epistemic access conversations that we have been having at the DBE. Clarence, when he spoke, he made it light, but he really made very powerful inputs about placing African languages within the conversation of parity of esteem, within the conversation of dignity for our children, which in the conversation of understanding and using African languages for exactly what they can do to shift the need when it comes to learning, and that is harnessing their orthographies. And that's what the strategy advocates for. It advocates for a logic when teaching African languages that recognizes the strength in our languages. And that strength lies in these linguistic features that you have actually used and capitalized on when developing those benchmarks. So thank you again to you and Stephen and everybody else who's in this room who's contributed to that. But I'm not here to do the talking and to take us through those linguistic features. We have experts in this room who are going to do that for us. So if you look at your programs that you have in front of you, you will see that we will be led by Doctors Chauke and Kosa, and I've been informed that Dr. Kosa will start, who will take us through these linguistic features. But I think before we even do that, it's important that we realize and recognize the importance of what was said as well by Dr. Naledi Mbudia-Mehana this morning. And there was a question that has been sitting and kind of eating at me, where one of our speakers raised the question about what have we done post-ANA, and why do we have to wait for PALS to inform us of where our children are when it comes to their abilities and their proficiencies. And so what this said to me was that there is somewhere where the information perhaps doesn't flow or hasn't flown to where it should have flown. And there could be many reasons, there could be many theories. And I'm going to share with you perhaps one of my theories. So when the PALS results were launched, the department took a very key and strategic decision to launch the PALS results together with two other very important studies, the Early Learning National Assessments, the ELNAS, as well as the systemic evaluations, which have replaced the ANA. So we have studies, we have information, we have data which is fresh, which is homegrown, that replaces ANA. But where is the mischief? That's my theory now. The mischief is that data was not going to pursue the narrative, the negative narrative about the abilities of our children. So as a result, it was drowned out the conversations about systemic evaluation by PALS. They took the PALS and they ran away with the PALS, and they ignored that. For South Africa, for our own cultural relevance, for respecting our children and the knowledge that they bring to learning, we had developed these assessments. So that's why perhaps people do not know about them. Let's please know about things that are meaningful for us as a country. Yes, we took the decision to expose our children to these international tests. Benchmarking, which is what we're going to be doing, talking about today, is very important. But it has also shown and taught us important lessons about charity beginning from home. So let's strengthen our children and let's harness what they bring to school and to learning situations and opportunities, and harness that. And that's what these benchmarks are meant to do, to harness those orthographies and to say, what does it mean for reading in this particular language? Not in English, but using the logic of this particular language. What does it mean? And how do we track that children are making progress in this particular language that they speak? How do we make way for acknowledging and recognizing the cultural relevance that is the foundation of that language? And thank you for doing that work for us. So, now let's come to the actual session. In the actual session, I've already told you that Dr. Kosa, you can start getting up. Dr. Kosa is going to be the first speaker who's going to talk on the linguistic features of Xitsonga. Dr. Kosa, you have her bio in your booklets, and I'm just going to really briefly, without reading the bio, tell you that she's a senior lecturer and academic head of Department for Languages and Education at the Faculty of Education, University of Free State. And you can continue to read the rest for yourselves, because I told you that time has begun to run away. So Dr. Kosa, over to you. I believe you've already been mic'd, but the podium is yours. I'm not sure if, yes, your presentation is already flighted, so you can take us away. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you once more, Dr. Nyati Mohotlan, for having us present linguistic features of Xitsonga language. As our MC has already indicated, I am Dr. Kosa, currently stationed at Free State. I am going to talk about the linguistic features of Xitsonga. But before I share this story with you, I just want to highlight the fact that I was rescued by a call from Zama when she called me and said, Dr. Kosa, when you come here, you need to have worn your traditional regalia. Then I was like blocked for a second. Then I asked myself, who am I? Which traditional regalia am I going to wear? So actually, this is absurd. We are not only failing our children, but we are also failing our own identity. So it's time for us to do something about it. We should not shy away from developing our own languages. We should not shy away from being who we are as Africans. As I indicated, I am going to talk about the linguistic features of Xitsonga. So this is the element, these are the elements that we are going to talk about regarding this presentation. We are going to look at the brief introduction of Xitsonga language and its history, vowel features in Xitsonga language, consonant features in the Xitsonga language. So this is the only part that I'm going to present. The rest will be concluded by Dr. Chauke, my partner in languages. Colleagues, allow me to call you colleagues. I am going to give you a brief background of Xitsonga language. Xitsonga, it's unpopular. But because the speakers are now rising up, we want not only South Africa to know that Xitsonga is an official language, but it should also be known in America that we have Xitsonga. It should also be known in America, I'm looking at you, man, that we have Xitsonga. Yes, yes, yes. So Xitsonga is one of the official languages here in South Africa. We have now 12 official languages with the inclusion of the sign language. And besides being recognized as an official language in South Africa, there are 3 countries, our neighboring countries, who are also recognizing this language as one of their official languages, which are Swaziland, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. So I indicated that Xitsonga is not popular. Why is it not popular? Because only 4.5% of home language speakers are found in South Africa. It's only 4.5% out of the entire package. So it's just a minority language. This language is predominantly spoken in Limpopo. As you can see there, that it comprises 17% of speakers or of home language speakers in Limpopo, followed by Mpumalanga, which is 10%, and Gauteng, which is 7%. Unlike the Nguni and Sesotho, Setswana language groups, Xitsonga is a standalone. Why is it this language? Why is it that it is a standalone? It is because it does not have branches. We have Nguni languages where we find languages such as isiZulu, isiSwati, isiNdebele. So, but with the case of Xitsonga, it's not like that. And Xitsonga belongs to the Tswa-Ronga family, which comprises or encompasses 14 other sub-families. The dialect used for Xitsonga are 6. It's Ronga, Hlanganu, Jonga, Bila, Ngwalungu, and Hlengwe. So I believe now you have a picture of what Xitsonga entails. And I want to believe that even if you come across publications which are written in Xitsonga, you will not run away. You will be interested in wanting to read what the paper is all about. Coming to the main takeaways of Xitsonga, we are going to look at the vowel features. What is the picture of vowels in Xitsonga? Some languages will have 5 vowel sounds, but Xitsonga comprises 7 vowel sounds. As you can see there in that diagram, we've got 7 vowel sounds, which are located in front, back, and at the bottom. So when you look at the 2 vowels there, it's as that the laptop is not communicating with the projector there. When we look at the front vowels, E, and the open vowel E, those 2 vowels are actually referred to allophone, in Xitsonga. When we use an example of that sound it's like beke, sheke. So that sound is actually an allophone coming from those 2 vowels, those 2 front vowels. And again, we've got other 2 vowels, close and open vowels, at the back, O. Those 2 vowels, O and the open vowel O, they form an allophone O. Like, for example, the word domu. So that word O is used in place of those 2 vowels. Moving to the third sound used in Xitsonga, called semi-vowels. We have only 2 semi-vowels in Xitsonga, and I believe it is also the same in English, but not in Sesotho. So in Xitsonga, we have those 2 semi-vowels sounds or consonants are called W, which stands for wela, and Y, which stands for yona. Fortunately, I've given you the gloss of what those words mean there, because some of you may not understand the word Xitsonga because it is unpopular. So what is interesting is that the reason why these 2 semi-vowels are called semi-vowels. Hence, we said semi-vowels in Xitsonga are A, E, I, O, U, which are 7, of course. It's because those two, they sound like vowels. They sound like vowels, whereas in actual sense, they are used as consonants for syllabication. So that is the reason why they call them semi-vowels. So as you learn along, you will see that Xitsonga, it's not that much complex. It's not very complex. However, we will see some cases where you will now begin to understand that this is a stage where you will experience some challenges with regard to reading and writing. And I'm talking for the learners or the children who are learning to read in our home languages. I'm going to jump these slides because I already spoke about it. Another thing that you should understand about vowels in Xitsonga is that we have some vowels which are double. Those vowels are actually used for maybe expressing feelings, for someone showing surprise, just like the ah in Xitsonga. That's when you are expressing your feeling of showing some sort of surprise. We've got a, where you are in agreement of what you are hearing. And E, which is disapproval, as you can see there. And O, and all those vowels, it's what we expect learners to know right from the early age, so that whatever text they come across, they can be able to read, knowing that this is how they are sounded. Coming to the issue of consonant features of Xitsonga, I indicated earlier that we've got 3 sounds in Xitsonga. We've got vowels, we've got semi-vowels, and we've got consonants. Now, the question of consonants in Xitsonga is that we've got different types of various consonants, and these consonants may either be used in a form of, and reading words or text which are defined according to those consonants, it's quite difficult and challenging for the learners. However, we cannot rule that out. We need to train teachers to be in a position to can systematically and explicitly teach learners how to sound those sounds or those consonants, so that they can be able to read simple texts which are defined from the level of simple or single consonants to more abstract consonants. So, therefore, in Xitsonga, it's not about a bed full of roses. We only talk about a bed full of roses when we are looking at simple consonants. But the more complex ones are the ones which invite teachers, which call teachers to do their work of teaching reading according to the methodologies that will help the learners to be able to read and read for meaning. Thank you very much.
As Dr. Wendy is coming to the podium, colleagues, you also have on page 9 of your booklets, you have Dr. Chauge's bio. They are sharing this presentation, but I think what I can just quickly say is that she was born in Kaperata village in Bushbuck region, Mpumalanga province. That's what I can tell you about her, and that she holds degrees. You can see her array and of degrees there, right up to holding a PhD in language education. So I'm going to ask her to just quickly take us through the second part of the very same presentation that they are sharing on, again, the linguistic features of Xitsonga. Over to you, Doc.
Team members. So that's how we used to call ourselves. Hi, team. Hi, team. That was Lisang. I'll say hi, team, morning, team. All the messages in the is either WhatsApp or an email. It will be hi, team. So hi, team, as we conclude. I'm just going to take off where Dr. Kosa has stopped. Mine is on syllable features in Xitsonga, tone features in Xitsonga, and the last one will be the sentence structures in Xitsonga versus the Nguni and the Sesotho Setswana languages. If we can quickly go back to what Dr. Kosa has said, now in Xitsonga, you know that we have, now the issue of the vowels and the consonant has been clearly articulated, and now the foundation, if it can be well said, now we are kickstarting the reading, wherein from the consonant, from the vowel, and the consonant, we are bringing in syllables. And that can only be done if the foundation has been so concrete. We have 3 syllable features in Xitsonga. The first one being the CV, which is the consonant plus a vowel. And what I can say is that our syllable features in Xitsonga, it's mostly a consonant and a vowel, then the rest complex one will take off. So we have an example there of a consonant and a vowel in Rima. If we can break the word, we'll get 2 syllables, which are consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel. And then the second one, it's a vowel only. That vowel only, that's where most of us, we miss it because we are into consonant vowel, wherein there are words wherein, as we break the syllables of a word, we'll find a consonant being alone. So that's what is happening there. It will be re-endly, that's the verb. Re, it's a syllable. E, it's a syllable. Ndli. So hence we are saying now we have the vowel only syllable. And then the last one is the CYV, which is the consonant, the semi-vowel Y, and the vowel. We have an example here, bzako, our bza, bza, bza. That's the format that it takes. If we can pronounce that bza, the Y there has an element of a vowel while it is a consonant, a semi-vowel. Then we are going to the tone features in Xitsonga. We have 2 tones in Xitsonga, which are the low tone and the high tone. This one is very challenging. And we we find this in words like our hyponyms. The hyponyms, the structure is the same, but the meaning is not the same. And what is challenging here is that the tonal features are not written or are not visible in our text. We just know that as we sound the word, in context, that is where it is very easy. But if you can flag a word that is having two meanings or more, the learners now become confused. They will give you any definition or any understanding of the meaning to them for that particular word. But as soon as that word is in a sentence, it becomes very easy to get the real meaning of what the sentence is all about. So those are our tonal words, wherein the high and the low, you can see the equivalent there, the breast, the, le, the. Even if when you pronounce it, you can have that movement or that gesture, the, le. So it tells you, I think that's how we should be teaching these learners, the, le. And they like to do those gestures, and then that will be easy. Maybe we have started as to how are we going to move forward. That is one of those. The other one, the sele. The vele, the maize. We call it the corn. Yeah, some know it as a corn. That corn, vele, the sound. You want the gesture? Vele. That one is balanced. Yeah, it's vele. You see, there's no movement there. Vele, balance. The equilibrium is on the same level. Vele ramina, my breast, and mavele, vele ramina arimilang. Vele, my breast, and vele, the corn, the maize. So you can see the challenge that our learners are facing with. Because if you can go through our, as I indicated, the readers, the features are not indicated. The last one is the sentence structures in Xitsonga versus the Nguni and Sesotho-Setswana language. We talk of the disjunction and the conjunctive structure of words in languages. So Xitsonga has both. Xitsonga has both, and also we are trying, but we are failing because this one is now being indigenized. We are used to the bound morphemes. I'll take you through that, but let me go through the first example there, which is the disjunctive one. It is very easy in a sentence. It's a sentence that is a simple sentence. Nza, I love her or him. That's the translation equivalent there. You can see we have 3 words in that particular sentence. So it's nza, ngwi, ranza. Pardon us for our ngwi there. It has a kapi there. And that's where our learners also miss it. Because if that kapi is not there, the meaning changes. We miss that one. But bear with us. It has that small kapi there. It has a meaning, and it is very much important. So as the learners will be reading, or as we take through our learners through reading, we must be mindful of those features that are present in each and every word. The nguni it's one word. Ngiyamthanda. And then Sesotho-Setswana, the same with us. Ki a murata. I hope I've pronounced that sentence well. And here's the difficult one. Remember I talked about the bound morphemes. That one can look like a sentence, and it's not a sentence. It's a word. It's one word. And when we go to the Nguni, it's very simple. Murangi wa xikolo. We are referring to a person. Murangi wa xikolo. Hence, it is one word. And it is bound. That makes it a unique one, and it makes it very simple to the readers that this is in a conjunctive manner. It is one word, Murangi wa xikolo, which is a noun. But the Nguni is very simple, as I indicated. Tishomkulu. And then Mushohlolo asikolo. Museuhlo. That's me and Dr. Nyati Muhlowane and Lisang when we're trying, and Zama when we try to pronounce, and busy with the correction of whatever text that we'll be doing, because all of us should be on board. So, in short, this is what we need to take our learners through. The foundation should be laid in terms of all those skills. Our phonemic awareness, syllable, and then it will take us to a stage where we'll be having our sentence construction, and the learners will be able to recognize the words in a sentence and read with fluency and with comprehension. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That was quite exciting, was it not? Quite exciting, and I think we're learning a lot, all of us here. And you can see, which is why it's important that you can't straitjacket any of these languages. There are serious linguistic differences in terms of their features. Just look between these languages and the Nguni. The Nguni is just one word, and look at the meaning the same thing. Tishomkulu is the headmaster, the principal. But look at really the conjunctive and the disjunctive nature of these languages. So when we craft solutions for these languages, we have to recognize that as much as they are related, they are still different languages, and the solutions must be tailored for the various languages so that they can really fit the purpose. But now, I know perhaps you are dying to ask them questions. Hold your horses, folks, because we have, and I'm hoping that you're going to be noting your questions and your input that you may want to make down, because we are going to just take all of these speakers and their input before we open up for discussions. Right now, I'm going to call Ms. Netengwe from Kulisa, and if you look there on page 6, you will see that she is a highly experienced a linguist. Where is Ms. Netengwe? There she's coming. She's been mic'd as well, so she's going to take us through the moment she gets to the podium. There is a very rich biography there with all of the work that she's done. She's been a teacher, she's an interpreter, she's done it all. She's done it all. So I think she's one of the best people as well, just like my other two colleagues there, to take us through. And now we are moving from Xitsonga to Tshivenda, and she's going to do exactly what they've done, but now she's going to be focusing on Tshivenda, giving us the linguistic features of Tshivenda. It's been dubbed one of the most difficult languages in South Africa. Do you agree? Do you agree? No. Exactly. She's going to show us how simple it is. Okay. Dispel the myths about the difficulty of Tshivenda. Thank you. Over to you.
And good last time. It would be called Tibo, and all those who they always call me Tibo. Yes, I'll be here to say Tshivenda, it's as simple as ABC. So what I will be doing is the flight, and then I will be telling you about the origin of Tshivenda. Maybe before I go there. Tibo, I work as a full-time project manager for curriculum and leadership delivery under Cyril Ramaphosa Foundation. And I'm wearing a cap of Kulisa under DBE as a freelance linguist. And my bio is there. Then I'll be taking you through the origin of Tshivenda as a language, the distinguishing aspects of Tshivenda, the similarities between Tshivenda and other languages, so which means it's not difficult. If it's similar to other languages, then it's not difficult. And then learning to read in Tshivenda, because we have to learn to read. That's the main thing that we're here for. I can tell you that Tshivenda is one of the minority languages, with a percentage of those speaking it at 2.5%, and mostly, underline the word mostly, based in Limpopo province and in Gauteng. But the way Tshivenda is so simple and we're so social, we found all over the planet. We are all over the planet, and we are on TV with celebrities. And then, however, it's mainly spoken in these two languages, and then it's one of the Southern African Bantu languages. And then maybe as I proceed with these languages, I can tell you that the sequence of linguistic challenges, that it was completed by the time when the Singo established the Venda nation in the 18th century, which is way back there. And these are the words that I have borrowed from Hoffman. I wanted to indicate to you that Tshivenda didn't just come into existence now, post-1994, because most people before 1994 used to ask, are you from South Africa? Do you have a passport? When did you land? Tshivenda have been here forever, and we are proudly South Africans, and we have been proudly South Africans. And we originated as far as in the 18th century, and that was the time when we were completing the linguistic changes. Our forefathers were doing that. And then maybe as I proceed, it is interesting also to note that Tshivenda is a language that's very related to the Niger and Congo languages. And like most of the African languages, because most African languages, you'll realize that they are related to this group of languages, the Niger and the Congo languages. And then another thing that I can tell you is that Tshivenda is also related to the Kalanga language, which is mostly spoken in Botswana and in Zimbabwe. Maybe that's the reason why Tshivenda is so mutually intelligible to Shona in Zimbabwe. I don't know whether it's the reason why we were placed there next to the border. So that's not for me to say. But however, like I said, we are predominantly located in the northern part of South Africa. We are the ones that make a lot of money through toll gates. When we go home, south up there. And then we are also in parts of Venda, like I said, we have infiltrated all over the country. But however, it was only through apartheid that they tried to group us there. But however, they didn't win, because here we are in Gauteng, and we are in Cape Town, and we are in America, and we're all over. And then Tshivenda, on a serious note, it has the following diacritics, which is Chipani, Chironga, Chimbezi, Chinia, Chimanda, and Chirembetu. But way back, we realized that, you know what, in a classroom, it will be difficult for us to teach all those 6 Tshivenda dialects and make sure that we have something standard and in the spheres of publishing, because as part of my history, if you read there, I have been a publisher for some years, and we realized that we can't be publishing for all those languages and then it won't make economic sense. Then we realized that we just have to standardize one dialect, which we are, all our vendor can say that Tshivenda, Tshipani has been elevated from a dialect to a standard Tshivenda language. And that's the one that you enjoy on SABC2 at 9. Then maybe I can go further and say that Tshivenda is an agglutinative code with, people say with a complex morphology, but I say a bit complex morphology, and its orthography makes extensive use of dialects and diacritics and dialects which we have standardized. But those diacritic symbols, I think, are the ones that sells us low, because everybody, when they see diacritics, they think, hey, how am I going to start this language? And I think even Amon in 2006 and Mestre and Van Veek also in 1996, they saw those and they thought it's very complex. But however, like all Southern African Bantu languages, we are complex in morphological structures. But because our languages, like we said, they migrated from being mother tongues, and now as per DBE, they are our home languages. So it means that we grew up speaking these languages and we know them. And Tshivenda, like all other, it has several prefixes and suffixes. Let me take you deeper into Tshivenda because I can't do it in 20 minutes that I've been allocated. For example, when I talk about suffixes and prefixes, I'll give you an example of the word Mosizana, a girl in Tshivenda, which when we decorate it with only a prefix, which is a sort of a diminutive, we can say Kusizana, a short girl like myself. And then when we want to make that short girl younger, we can go further and say Kusizanyana, and then we add a suffix. So in that way, that's what I'm trying to explain when I say that we use several prefixes and suffixes in the same word and we decorate them and come with beautiful words. And then that's what we do best. And then another thing, maybe if I can talk to somebody who will understand what I mean. If I go to Mr. Nematangari now and say, under your table, unarunowa, he won't even move. He will sit. But if I go further and say, wow, you will see him jumping to the roof. Why? Because when I say Hunarunowa, it's a tiny, thin snake that won't even harm him. But the moment I change the suffix and say Hunalinowa, it's a giant of a snake now. You'll see him turning the tables. Yes. Yes. So just a change of a prefix or a suffix in Tshivenda, it brings a different atmosphere in the room. So in contrast to English and Afrikaans, Tshivenda do not have such a complex morphology. But however, we are classified as mildly, at least now, and we are also one of those analytic languages, because you have to analyze the linguistic features of a word for you to understand the word. For example, when I say Nowa, and then when I say Linowa, when I say Runowa, and when I say Runowana, then it brings 4 different sizes of a snake. Then let's go to what distinguishes Tshivenda from other languages. Maybe, like I said, it has this letter sound. Thank you. Yes, English must cooperate and the math must math. You can give me that one. Okay. Okay, he said he was already having his guns ready for this. Thank you. Okay. When we come, we use the common Roman alphabet. And then we are a transparent language. You see that myth that say is very difficult. It's mostly easy to read because the letter sound relationship, it's regular. And another thing, awabetuna, kasivane. We don't have click sounds. So why are we difficult? We're not difficult. For example, how easy is Tshivenda? The sound b, it's always b, as in bara. So what's difficult there? If a boo is a boo, a boo is a boo, it's a bara. Okay? And the bada. So what's difficult there? Most of the scholars in our languages were products of the baby bobo type of school, not so. We have been doing that in school. So if there is a consonant-vowel relationship and the boo is a boo and the foo is a foo, what's difficult about that? If the sound foo is foo, and what's difficult, Betuna? We don't click. Okay. Tshivenda uses mostly a disjunctive orthography than the conjunctive one. Like my colleague have said, that in Xitsonga they use both. I think my ears are too big for this one. And then, for example, vo, vuya, muroba. Meaning, they came back yesterday. Vo, vuya, muroba. Not vo, vuya, muroba. Vo, vuya, muroba. Simple. Yes, it's muvango, not muvango. So what I can tell you is that Tshivenda also was classified as a language that's not mutually intelligible to any of the language like Xitsonga. It stands alone. And I like that because when it comes to translating pieces and interpreting, it means that Tshivenda document and Xitsonga document must be translated and not choosing one from the Sotho languages and one from the Nguni languages. So we stand alone. But however, in as far as when we were doing our own with the DBE, we felt that Tshivenda and Xitsonga, they are very closely aligned to Sotho languages in terms of their word length. Because when we analyze the word length, on average, it was 4.07 and 4.29 letters long, respectively. Then Tshivenda has 5 vowels. What's difficult there? A, E, I, O. A, E, I, O. A is Anna, like take an oath. Era, like measure. Ira. In Tshivenda, we have this saying that says, Zviaira, like you don't sit on a stoop when they want to scare us. You are not allowed to sit on a stoop. But little did we know that they didn't want us to trip our mothers when they come in with a tray full of hot food when we're sitting there on the stoop. And then ira is something that is a taboo. And ora is to draw. And umbura is to harvest, mostly used when we're harvesting peanuts because, you know, as vendor, we farmers, we hard workers. When we're home, you won't know us. Tshivenda only has 5 pure vowels. So you know what? We are in the process of telling you that Tshivenda is a very simple language. Okay, when it comes to semi-vowels, there is an emerging argument in the corridors of Tshivenda language that says that these ones should not be called semi-vowels, and scholars and linguists are busy putting their heads together and discussing this. They are doing an intensive research on the position of this because they say that they have their own position in phonetics. So why should they just be called semi-vowels? But meanwhile, they're still semi-vowel, which is the wu for wanga, wawe, wera, which is the yi, which we use in yone, yabo, ya. And those are our Tshivenda semi-vowels. I jumped the simple consonants because I spoke a lot about them when I was talking about the example of the bu and the fu. And then I come to the complex consonants. And then in complex consonants, we have a lot of consonants. They are there. And then I gave examples of those that I have listed there, which is the ng, the z, the v, the th, the ch. And they are amongst the 18 most commonly used in Tshivenda. And as we go further now, we come to that part that you think Tshivenda is difficult, and this is the pride of the Tshivenda language. And these are our diacritics. Yes, we have diacritics. And then it has 4 dental consonants with a circumflex accent below the letter, which is the d, the l, the n, the th. The only thing you need to do is just to bite your tongue and you pronounce it. That's all. That's the, you just the, l, n, th. What's difficult about that? Eh? And then we go further, and then we go to the velanas, which is the n, and then we just add a small dot, just a dot. Can't you add a dot? And then we change it, and then we say, mwah. We change it, we just say, mwah. Then, I wanted to give you an example that once we decorate our letters with those decorations, it changes also the meaning. For example, without a diacritic, the first T in tamba, it says tamba, which means play. But once we start vandalizing and decorating it, we say tamba, and the meaning completely changes. Completely changes. To tamba is to play, and to tamba is to bath. Yes. So I can come to you and say, ndichi fedza utamba, ndido tamba. Ndichi fedza utamba, ndido tamba. It means, after playing, I will then bath. Yeah, take a bath, that's all. So you see, it's easy. So I spoke a lot about this. I spoke that we have a lot of sounds, and then we have complex sounds, we have diacritics, we have all. And then let me not waste your time on these ones. And then let me go to the phonology of Tshivenda, and then we still use the consonant vowel system. And then, for example, we also use the CCV. The consonant vowel, I spoke about it when I was talking about bara, I was talking about bada. Maybe I can give you an example of a CCV, which you see here. And then it's when it comes to the suika, which means arrive, which is the s, u, and vowel e, suika. And then when we come to Tshivenda complex consonants, when it comes to diacritics and all complex consonants, I see you raising your eyebrows. I see you saying, ooh, ooh, ooh. Put yourself on the shoes of a learner who have to master all this. And what goes through the mind of that learner. And that's why I support the thinking that says there is more that needs to be done in teaching these languages, and there is more that needs to be done in equipping teachers themselves in teaching these languages. And then, however, like Xitsonga, even the tone and the pitch variation has effect in the meaning of Tshivenda words. For example, toho. Toho can have two meanings, written like that in the readers, and the grade 1 learner have to read it differently. Toho can mean a head, but toho can mean a what? A monkey. It's a total different meaning. So there is nothing that changes. It comes with that diacritic, it comes like that. Then the learner reading the sentence have to feel it in his head, in his mind, that I have to read it right and contextualize it. Yes. And then, for example, dara or dara. Dara means visit, but dara is green. Yes. Mara. Mara means to marry. But however, and then we go back, we say Mara. Mara ngako baba, meaning amathumbu, malaka, my intestines, yes. So you can see that as people sitting in this room, we still have a lot to do in terms of making sure that our languages have the right resources, even our teachers are well trained, and even our learners get the right sort of training. And then maybe when I have to talk this in implications in reading, what happens? What happens when a learner has to read all this in Tshivenda? When it comes to long consonant sequences, they need to be processed visually as well as phonologically. It requires one to practice. Therefore, learners need to be exposed to more and more letters, to more and more sounds, to more and more syllables. And we need to have more and more words before they go into phrases and difficult paragraphs to read. What must we do? But however, I'm happy that the DBE have done this benchmark, and they also recommend the progression that moves from simple to complex, because you can't just throw a learner into complex consonants without going through the simple one. And you can't just throw a learner into diacritics without introducing them into those without diacritics. And then also when it comes to complex consonant letter sounds, it means that currently we have inadequate phonetic instruction. But however, if this continues, it will hamper the reading development. We need to have adequate consonant phonic instruction. And if children have difficulty in recognizing diagraphs, they will also struggle to read the text that comes with it at fairly basic level. So we still have a lot of things to do. In terms of learning diacritics, like I said, it slows down the acquisition of a language. But however, more exposure and more practice with teachers that have been supported and developed in such areas, it makes it easy so that when they move then to diagraphs and other complex consonants, and then they will be able to master it well. By that being said, what I can tell you is that I can't tell you the A to Z of Tshivenda in 20 minutes. And because of time, then I will say unto you, thank you. Thank you, DBE. And then thank you, Kulisa, for contracting me. And thank you, Margaret, for helping me develop this. And then I say it's a journey that we still have to long. It's like a long walk to freedom, with one of our freedom fighters have walked. And let's start a long walk to freedom in terms of languages. Thank you.
It's only getting better. Yes, 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 yes. Can you see what you've done, guys? How important the work that you've done is. The sense of pride from all our speakers about getting to dig deeper into the bowels of their languages and to give us something that we can be able to give to our teachers. I can't wait for the day when we can have our teachers have this competence that we've seen from all of these speakers and using it in their classrooms. And I think that's the long journey that she's talking about. All right, I've asked you to hold your horses because right now we're going to launch these benchmarks. Yes. And yes, we are going to call upon Mbali Lesang. We call it just by Lesang here. It's like, see, 3 names now here. So we just call her Lesang. So we're going to ask Lesang to take us through our next item, which is an item about the reading benchmarks. And you have I think it is on page 10, Lesang's bio. She's an assistant director within our RCME directorate. And so she works together with my colleagues, Mpumi and Stephen. And you can also see her rich CV there and what she's done. And I also liked when I read it, when I saw that she has managed the classroom libraries, implementation of classroom libraries across all the 9 African languages. And I think then that has actually enriched you, and we're happy that you can enrich us with your richness. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you. Avsheni Ndiba Degwane. Is it? Dimasiari. Zinalangandi Lesang Mbali. Nzita endla presentation eka Xitsonga. That's a lie. I would be misleading all of us if I tried to speak Xitsonga or Tshivenda. But I am going to be the omnibus on a Saturday on SABC2 of Movango, where you're going to be with me for a very long time. Don't get bored of me. But yeah, so this is our map. This is how I'm going to, we are going to launch these benchmarks. I have the immense pressure, privilege, to to do both at the same time. So yeah, we've got a long way to go, but I think this is what you're here for. So I'll take us through our journey here. We'll first begin with just a brief, not thesis-worthy, sort of like thinking of how we learn how to read, why we need benchmarks in the early grades, why then we need benchmarks in specific languages, and which skills do we benchmark? So there's a wide array of skills that go into reading, which ones do we benchmark? And then going there, we'll go into how we set these reading benchmarks. And then the big question, the elephant in the room, or maybe not so much, but I'll bring the elephant and then tell you that it's there, which is, does attaining these benchmarks mean that you then can comprehend? Like, does it contribute to comprehension? And then we'll get into the heart of it on what the benchmarks are for Xitsonga and Tshivenda. And then we'll also then do a little dive into some of the data and looking at where are the learners tracking in terms of these benchmarks, what do their learner profiles look like for both of these languages, and then we'll get to what now, right? I think that my director, Stephen, earlier spoke about how this is in response to Dr. Mbude, was that it's not a silver bullet, right? So from this, there's still a long way to go, probably longer than my map, but this is a start, and I think it's a key start and a key contribution. So how do we learn to read? what you see here, or at least maybe let's begin here. We all say, or we've heard, we need to learn, teach our learners to read for meaning. Like that's the buzzword, that's the buzz phrase rather, that we've been hearing. And by meaning, we mean comprehension. So how do we get into comprehension? And so I'd like to propose what this funnel of reading. So here we've got the funnel, the actual holder of background knowledge. I think Dr. Mbude made a really good case about, it was Dr. Mbude and somebody else, I think somebody who spoke after, about it was Dr. Wilson Young who spoke about the knowledge that learners come into the classroom with. So that is what encompasses, and that what helps, frames what comprehension can be made. So the more we expose our learners to different things, and not just like text literacy, but different kinds of literacies around in their language, the more they've got accesses of like knowing how to make meaning because they've had this exposure. So that's what holds it together. And then next you've got the big red box there, which is the language proficiency. You can't learn how to read if you don't know a language. So you need to be proficient in your language. And what that looks like is knowing the rules of your language. So the discourse, what does it look like? You know, what is telling a joke in Tshivenda? What's funny, what's not? What are the rules about being respectphl? Like all those kinds of discourse things and pragmatic things. Listening comprehension, morphology, what are the meaningful parts of a word? The phonology, what do they sound like? How do you translate that? Semantics is meaning making. Syntax, what are the rules, the grammatical rules of a language? How does a teacher say you spelled this incorrectly? Like, for example, when the doctors, Dr. Chauke spoke about the conjuncted word, the principle, which I will not repeat, I would have, and if she had told me orally that it was conjuncted, I would have written it out all as one. But then she would have corrected me and said, no, you had to hyphenate. So those kinds of rules that need to be learned. And then we've got vocabulary, which is ever growing. So this is the part that is continuously growing, we're continuously being exposed to, and this is the critical part of learning how to read. So we need to, which is also the case for why learners need to learn how to read in their home language, because that's the language that they've got the most access to. And then the next part is the response, and these are all the other factors, the affective factors that lead to learners sticking with reading, learning how to read, what motivates them to continue this habit of reading and practicing. And then the last one is the one we'll be speaking mostly about, which is decoding. And by that, I think we'll speak to achieving fluency. So leading our learners to be able to reach a level of fluency that enables them to comprehend. Fluency, it comprises of three things generally. That's accuracy, speed, and prosody. Accuracy, reading correctly. Speed at a rate that allows you to be making meaning of what it is that you're reading, so engaging with your text. And then prosody is using the correct expressions. Dr. Mbude spoke about, like the different pauses that sort of like we use in our language, and that looks different in each language. And so that's the whole thing. But in terms of decoding in the measurement, you'll see just now, we've used accuracy and speed as a proxy because prosody is a little bit difficult to measure objectively, especially at scale in the way that we did. And so then we get to the crux of it. So we've got this oral language, which comprises of all the other factors that I've mentioned. And once you bring in that oral language, that moves into, then we break it down. Learning the very first step, starting from simple to more complex. Learning your alphabet sounds. So knowing that the B, where's Tibu? The B is VH, for example, and not B that you have as a B, for example. So knowing what sound corresponds with what letter is an important thing. So this is from the oral language where what you know is oral. It's only what you hear, and moving it now, what you know in your head as your language, and moving it now to the text, translating that is the next step. So begins with alphabetic language. Then we are now blending, the ba, baby, boo, or if you're looking at the morphemes, if you're looking, depending on how we break it down. And I think there's a case to be made about further research needing to be done in how we're teaching that component. But the fact is, those skills need to be taught regardless of our debates on how they're taught. And then we get into the decoding where now we're making meaning of the parts of the word into making sure that we're reading the actual word. And then fluency is now then where we're getting to reading that word in a way that I'm not trying to break it up so long. I'm not belaboring on it that I've stopped making meaning in it. So we need to get to a place where you're reading it accurately, and your processing speed leads you to being able to read it automatically. So automatic recognition of those words is important. Like, this is how we get to read. This is how Ms. Manona was able to glance through the program and able to pick out parts, because she knows how to read, and she does not have to read each and every letter or blend or syllable to make meaning of what it is, because she's a proficient reader. And so gaining automaticity is important, because then that allows you to free up your working memory to make meaning of what it is that you're reading. So even if it's a foreign text, or if I was reading something on electrodynamics, which I know nothing about, except maybe it has something to do with electricity, I think, and dynamicism, maybe. But maybe it's electrons. I don't know. I almost failed science. But that part, like, even if I was reading that, but like, because I can, I'm not trying to decode that part is done. All I'm doing is trying to make meaning of that concept in what I'm reading, even if it's unfamiliar. So all of that comes to play into learning how to read. But to say that this is all you need to in order for you to be able to make to read with comprehension would be a lie. It isn't. However, it is the basis. So we think about the decoding threshold hypothesis that was put forward by Wang in 2019 that suggests that it's unlikely for a learner or somebody learning how to read to make meaning of something if their decoding is happening at a certain slow speed, right? And so if you can't decode in a particular speed rate, let's put it that way, then you aren't able to make meaning of what it is. But conversely, then there's also an upper threshold where it doesn't matter how fast you read, you're not going to make any more meaning. Actually, sometimes in some data that we found, you're actually regressing in meaning making, right? So it's a tension that we need to hold together, is that this is a critical thing, and once we achieve it, we can move away from it and then get focused into the more nuanced and more complex areas of things. But yeah, just to say that this is an essential part that we need to develop in our learners. With the assistance of our teachers. I think I've spoken through that. So then why do we need early reading benchmarks in the early grades? Because our plans tell us so. So we've got, as the department, the action plan in 2020 that has 2 goals specifically that speak to learners by the end of those 2 grades, 3 and 6, being able to master minimum language and numeracy competencies. We can unpack what that means, what those look like, but there is that requirement that we need to get our learners to be competent in language and numeracy. And then we also need to think about other indicators that we can use to look at what literacy means, right? So that's a bigger one in the action plan. And then we've got our MTSF, the medium-term strategic framework, which has, goes hand in hand with what our dear President obligated us to, or locked us into getting every 10-year-old being able to read for meaning, right? And this is the ball and chain that we rightly need to be changed to, but it is a big thing. So that's why we need early grade reading, right? 10-year-olds, that's in the early grades, we need to figure out how we're getting them to read for meaning. And so if you're trying to get to a place, Stephen mentioned this, you need to know where you are at, right? And you need to assess, you need to check what's the status, how do we get there, who are we taking with, who are we leaving behind for us to get there. And typically how we've assessed reading, whether it was in the international assessments like PEARLS, the national assessments like the systemics or regional like SACMIC, all of those assessments assess the written comprehension component. So we check where our learners are at in terms of their literacy and their reading acquisition using a written comprehension assessment, right? So they sit down, they read a text, they answer, etc. And that's good, because that's what we want our learners to be able to do. They should be able to read a text independently and answer questions in writing, but that is the highest competency, right? And so we need to figure out, just to explain the figure there, that's basically the other two figures I've spoken about, just put into together. The thing that might not, do you have your pointer? Okay. The part that I think may be relevant for here is that if you look at the green, the purple, and the orange block, that's where those are the skills that I think are more constrained, in that you can achieve mastery in that. And as soon as we get to that place, then we can get an investment into, I mean, obviously we still need to be developing vocabulary, oral language, increasing our learners' background knowledge. That needs to happen. But what we're seeing is that we aren't getting there in those skills that can be kept, that can be mastered and reached by the time that learners are in, by the end of grade 3. And then typically with these assessments, we'll assess learners in grade 3, which is the end of the foundation phase, onwards. So it'll be grade 3, grade 6, grade 9, or other grades post that. But we don't actually have anything to say about the first 2 grades, or the 3 grades if you include grade R of foundation phase. We've got nothing to say. We don't know, or we haven't really figured out how do we measure reading in specifically grade 1s and 2. And if written comprehension is the highest order skill that you can achieve in assessing reading, then surely we can't use that skill to measure grade 1s and 2s, right? That's the question. Yes, no, maybe. Correct, right? Like, I can't give a grade 1 a written text and be like, answer these questions, right? Like, that's asking for a lot. We want them to be able to get there eventually, but so we need to figure out what are we doing for those 2 grades to see where they are. Because those 3 years are actually where they are learning, they are being taught explicitly how to read. Post that, they are now using the skill that they've been taught in the foundation phase to learn, right? So those 3 grades are still very critical. And so, yeah, we need to figure out, this is why then we need these early grade reading benchmarks. We need to figure out how do we set standards and norms for the early grades to figure out if our learners are meeting the critical points that they need to be doing. And then specifically for why we need language-specific benchmarks, I think the doctors or our linguists have made the point already about the differences of our linguistic landscape in South Africa. So I won't go into that. It's there. Presentations are available at some point. But we have different languages, and they all have different features that make them unique and need to be considered when you're trying to establish benchmarks. So in the same way, we can't take English benchmarks or standards and apply them to the African languages. We can't take Sesotho benchmarks and apply them to Tshivenda or isiZulu or any other language. Each language needs to be considered by itself, looking at all of the intricacies that go into learning how to read in that language, even if where there are similarities. This was just an example of just a high-level example of some of the differences. So we've got 4 languages represented there, all saying the same thing, 3 sentences. But if you look at the length of the sentence, how many words there are in each sentence, if you look at how many letters per word there are on average, or if you even go deeper and looking at the syllable count in each of those sentences, those are vastly different. And so trying to apply, making like for like, just because they're African languages or fall into the Southern Bantu language family altogether, does not make sense and would be a disservice for our languages. And so we move on to which skills should we benchmark. And so there are 2 skills. Like I said, myriad of skills in that little ladder thing that you saw that we could assess, that we could assign numbers to. But I think what we needed to do is make sure that we are assessing, or looking at skills that focus on fluency, which is what we're trying to achieve with our learners. But they need to be useful in how we are measuring them, right? And they need to relate to comprehension in some way. So we need to be like, if you're achieving this level on this scale, that is a positive on your comprehension growth. And then secondly, they needed to be, should be able to replicate and validate them, which means that they can't be as specialized skills in such a way that only specialized people can actually measure those, right? So in the same way that we didn't assess for prosody, because then it's like, it wouldn't be a dime a dozen of people who could be trained and be able to assess that. So we need to be able to do that. And then also we selected skills that were constrained, meaning that you get to a point after that which after that point, you've mastered them, you move on to other skills, which is why reading benchmarks are not the silver bullet, but they are, I guess, the trigger, if you put it that way. They are the ones that let you go into exploring and getting reading more fluently and reading with meaning. And then in terms of the setting of the benchmarks themselves, Stephen made reference to a report that was released prior to any of the language benchmarks, and that is a design report of figuring out what is the history of setting benchmarks, how have people previously done this, and there were 3 approaches. First is we could set benchmarks based on competency and measuring against like a certain set criteria that we've got. So for example, CAP says you must. Therefore, like that's the benchmark, right? And then the second layer that is using expert consultation. So based on people's experience or experts' experience, based on the curriculum, performance statements, etc. You could set benchmarks using that. And then the third option is using data, which is then what, in this instance, is what the relationship between that competency that you are assessing and with a criteria that you're trying to get to. So in our instance, assessing fluency against comprehension. And so where we landed was using these 3 components to intersect. So firstly, empirical, using EGRA-type data, a large-scale EGRA-type data to put together. So using actual learners who are in actual classrooms, in the actual schools that are being taught, whose these benchmarks are going to be for, right? So it wasn't something that was made devoid of the learners that we're creating these benchmarks for. And then I think I'll mention this later as well, but I think also just knowing that the data that we've used is of quintile 1 to 3 schools, so the non-fee paying school, which is the average school in the country, right? So we don't want to set benchmarks for places that are probably more highly resourced in different ways. We wanted to set it for a typical South African school so that it's actually relevant for them and it's contextual to that. And then also, but then backing that up with the theory on language and reading development, but also then bringing in the experts of people who are teaching, who are training teachers, who are working in curriculum, who are language experts in those languages to inform the process in, sort of validating whether we're on the right track, even down to the development of the instruments. And so if we look at our sample, we collected, so I think maybe a disclaimer, I think an explainer, maybe not a disclaimer. These benchmarks, the Xitsonga and the Tshivenda benchmark, some people might ask, why are they the last ones? We're always last. They always overlook us, etc. And I think just to contextualize it, and it is because they've been overlooked for so long, in the sense that for all the other languages, for Nguni, for example, there was already an existing large data set of that we could look at and actually analyze to set these benchmarks. It existed because majority speakers, maybe majority pockets, we don't know, majority biases. But whatever the reasons are, there was that data that existed that we could leverage. And then the Sesotho Setswana languages, we used an approach where there was data, but then there were instances where people were already, NGOs, were already going out, collecting data, and we chose to partner with that and collect that data together. And so that was the thing. Xitsonga and Tshivenda were the only languages where there was not sufficient data, right? Because of that historical being overlooked historically. But I think we have, a great privilege and a great joy that now we've got like this large set of database of those two languages with instruments that were developed in those languages for those learners and tested with those languages for their appropriateness. So that's just the disclaimer. But in each of the samples, we went to 120 schools for Xitsonga, in, like I said, quintile 1 to 3. For each of the grades that you see there, we assessed over, in this instance, I think over 1,700 learners for each of those. And those are the other characteristics that you can look at. For Tshivenda is slightly different in two ways. So firstly, so we went to 60 schools, but did more learners in each school, whereas in the 120 schools, we had less learners per school. But we managed to, even in this instance, have over 1,000 learners for each of the grades. You will note here, and it changes in the slides, but because we collected the data for Tshivenda early on in the year, we then made that data correspond for the previous year. So for example, the data collected for grade 3s was for the grade 2 benchmarks because it was early on in the year and it hadn't been a year of learning, which is where our benchmarks are set. So just note that if you keep seeing like there's a grade 7, who are the grade 7s, etc. There. And then with the instrument development, like I said, we had the privilege of actually and this actually happened with the other languages, but as I think more specifically here, we can speak to that we had instruments that were developed in those languages, so it wasn't like a translation matter. They developed in those languages, then they were tested, piloted to make sure that these instruments were linguistically and culturally appropriate. They were set at the right level, meaning that when we used those instruments, there were no ceiling effects, that they were too easy, or flow effects where they were just too difficult for the learners that were being assessed. And then that the comprehension questions also made sense, that the length of the passages were suitable. So it went through all of that piloting, and we repeated this process 3 times until we got to the final instruments that we used in those 120 and 60 schools. And then we didn't just, even though we are creating benchmarks for those 2 skills, those aren't the 2 skills we collected data for. We collected data for a myriad of other competencies because we know of how complex and maybe more rich our languages are. So it's not just like you know your letters, then you know how to read kind of thing. There's a bunch of things that go to it. And even in the analysis, we looked at how each of these skills or tasks correspond to the benchmarks that were set, but also to the comprehension. I think this slide is, for me, it's the one that drives the point home in terms of speaking to the validity of benchmarks. So like I said, they aren't the silver bullet. You don't fix things. But I think there's a good correlation between learners who attain these benchmarks and how they perform later on in life. So we have the privilege of having longitudinal data of learners we followed from when they were in grade 1 up until they were in grade 7 in the Northwest. And with those learners, we were able to assess them periodically. So in the beginning at baseline in grade 4, when they were in grade 4, and then when again they were in grade 7, and sort of see where they tracked. And for those learners, the learners who were not meeting in grade 4, who were not meeting the grade 2 benchmark, fluency benchmarks in that language of 40 correct words per minute by the end of grade 4, were then unable to comprehend what they were reading by the end of grade 7, which is primary school, right? And this was in the written comprehension assessment. And then we looked at the learners who in grade 4 were meeting at least the grade 3 benchmark. How were they faring? The grade 3 benchmark in Sesotho's Setswana language is 60 correct words per minute, and how therefore almost all of them were able to successfully tackle the written comprehension task by the time that they were in grade 7, which made them a little bit more ready than their counterparts who had not met that benchmark. So I think this is, a way to make sense of it, of saying that these if we're trying to get a way of, mastering the critical skills, but also the constrained skills which you can master by the end of foundation phase, that means we're doing something beneficial for learners later on in how they access their readings. And so now, the raison d'être, is it called? The benchmarks. So what are the reading benchmarks for Xitsonga? I'm going to take a breather. Came prepared. So we look at the relationship, right, between, firstly looking at the letter sounds. So what is the relationship between the speed and the accuracy? So learners are given a task. They have to read out orally, and you have your numerator who takes in those responses. And from there, we can get how many letter sounds that they know. And for learners who were able to, both in our sample, the Xitsonga sample, both grade 2s and 3s performed almost identical. And I think this was also the case in Tshivenda, where the grade 3s and 4s were almost identical in their performance. And this is interesting. I think it's an interesting case study to see what's happening north of Pretoria. And then the learners who had low speed tended to have low accuracy. So the learners who were slower in identifying letter sounds were actually wrong more times than the learners who tended to do that with a little bit more confidence and higher speeds. And so we can see there on our graph, I'm a BA student. I've had to learn on the job how to read graphs. So I will explain these graphs to my fellow BA students. So on the x-axis, see, that's the one that goes this way, horizontal, landscape. So on the landscape, you've got speed. So this is how long, how many letters are attempted in the minute. And then on the y-axis, that's portrait, ne? Vertical axis. That's how accurate they are. And so you can see that there's like sort of a steep incline, like it goes up until a certain point, and we've marked that off at 40 correct letter sounds in a minute. But then, I mean, like, there's a little bit of an increase there, but generally, I think the clear mark is at that 40 sounds, which incidentally then also corresponds with all the other languages, and it seems to be something that is transferable across languages, that at the very least, all learners learning to read in an African language, including Afrikaans, would do that, should be able to master at least 40 letter sounds correctly in 1 minute. And because after that, there is the faster you go does not mean the more accurate you go, if that makes sense, right? So we're looking at how fast should you go, and how does that relate to how correct you are in sounding those out. And so after 40 letter sounds correct, you're not doing any better by doing more quickly, right? So there's that 40 letter sound benchmark. And then if we look at the relationship between speed and accuracy again, but now looking at how learners were reading in their oral reading fluency text, we can concentrate on the last column and looking at just the median correct words per minute there. And you can sort of see we had 2 passages. So for each of the grades, learners were assessed using, for the oral reading fluency competency, they were assessed using 2 passages. And for in the grade 2 and the grade 3 parts, I think they were fairly similar, so around 30 correct words per minute. And then in grade 4, you had like a slight jump up to like between 36 and 40 correct words per minute. And then in grade 6, you had between 54 and, between 57 and 64. To note with the grade 4 and grade 6s is that the oral reading fluency passage, the second one, was an informative text, so that was a non-fiction text, as opposed to the oral reading fluency 1, which was a narrative text, but this didn't apply to grade 2s and 3s. And what was found is that learners have find it more difficult to read non-fiction text than they do narrative text. So we really need to, that's good intel for us to know that we need to develop or actually expose our learners to more non-fiction texts as they go. And then we have a similar thing looking at the speed and fluency, speed and accuracy rate there. I won't go through the graph. This is called a cat and whisper. Is it a whispers cat and whisker box? But basically what it looks at the distribution, right? So each box has got a line in the middle, right? Humanities. That line in the middle shows you the 50th percentile. The one at the top shows you the 75th, and the one at the bottom shows you the 25th, right? And so we're looking at the distribution, so where are most of the learners falling there? But the point to make here is that at the 50th percentiles, the reading speeds tended to lie right above 40 correct words per minute. And then learners in grade 4 who were in the bottom 25%, they were tending to lie around 40 words, so comparable to actually the grade 2s and grade 3s. So, and then if you look at the grade 6s, the bottom, the 25th percentile, were reading at 50 correct words per minute, and very few of them were accurate. There were very few of them who were accurate readers and slow readers. So we can't then make the case that, maybe you just read slow, but actually you're comprehending what you read. The data shows that the slower readers tend to actually be more inaccurate in what they're reading. And so the point is that the majority of the readers who are making decoding errors, who are not reading accurately, tend to be reading also very slowly. And then if we look at now, okay, we've looked at the thing, you've made some ballpark number, 30 words, 35 words per minute, but how does this relate to comprehension? And so we look then at the fluency, we're looking at the relationship between your fluency, so how quickly and how accurately you read, against actually are you understanding what it is that you're reading. So you can still see that. And so where you sort of see there's an upward incline, which tells us that actually the more fluent or the more fluently you read, it has a positive relationship with how well you comprehend. For the grade 3, there's a little bit of a little slump there, but generally the trend is upwards. And so the critical place that we had to make is that we could have easily then said, the line is still going upwards, right? And so for grade 2, we can even say at 60 words. But at that point, that's where we actually lost a majority of our sample. So because we wanted benchmarks that could speak to not just the high-performing learners, but an average learner. And so we have to get at least as many, a good sizable portion of them. And I think for us, we had said at least if it can be a fifth of them or 25% around there who can get to that place, then we can begin that benchmark. Which is to say that this is the last launch of the benchmarks, the last launch of the early grade reading benchmarks, and maybe our successors after us in the next 5-10 years are going to be setting benchmarks which are higher, because then we would have developed strategies of getting our teachers and our learners over this decoding hurdle, where now our benchmarks actually speak to the high numbers where our comprehension tends to be a little bit higher. So just to, as you think about where the line falls that we drop, the criteria is that there needed to be an accuracy of between 90 and 95%. So 90 is you're decoding well, but you still need instruction at 95%. That's when you are an independent reader in terms of your accuracy. The second criteria, we needed to be over 55% of your comprehension mark. So you needed to be attaining over 55%. And then the third criteria is at least can we get a sizable population of our sample, which in some instances was a fifth of them. I think time is timing. And so these are the benchmarks for the Xitsonga language. So for the end of grade 1, 40 letter sounds correct by the end of the year. In grade 2, they need to be reading at least 30 words correct in a minute when reading a passage. And for grade 3 is 40, grade 4, 50, and grade 6 is 85. And then I think it's a similar story here with Tshivenda, so I won't actually go through that. But still, again, with the letter sounds, it's still around 40 where you see that where the line begins to not move as steeply. And yeah, actually, I think that's a good place to move from there. And then with oral reading fluency, we can see that the relationship also again moves steeply, like quite steeply, up until it gets to about word 35, and this is for both grade 3s and grade 4s. And so, yeah, this provides evidence, preliminary evidence that maybe 35 correct words per minute may be at a minimum where Tshivenda learners should be achieving by the time that they're in grade 2. Right, and I say minimum because you'll see when the numbers shift at the thing. But then we can, still the same one, for the higher grade, yeah, so similar. Now we're looking at actually comprehension. So how do these fluency marks score against where learners are comprehending? And so for learners who are, so the same point that I made earlier, for learners who are reading at 20 words correct per minute are getting every second word incorrect, right? So again, we can say that, maybe I'm somebody who reads slow, but actually I may be comprehending or maybe reading accurately, but our data shows that that's not the case. But it seems that at 35 words correct per minute, where you can see that you're decoding, where you can see that comprehension is there close to 50%, is at 35 words correct per minute for the Tshivenda sample. And then for grade 6, the one here you can see is actually an intersection between your fluency, your written comprehension, and your oral comprehension. And so what we saw there is that the learners in grade 7 who were reading 35 words correct per minute could not answer half of the attempted comprehension questions, right? And I say attempted, right? So when we assess the learners, we give them 3 minutes to read a text as far as they can, and we only ask them questions based on how far they've read, right? So we don't ask them questions that they are based on parts of the text they haven't read. So of the questions that in grade 7 of the learners that read 35 words correct per minute, of the ones that they actually attempted, of where they got up to, they could not answer half of those correctly, right? So that's another case for we need to actually be thinking more deeply about how fluently our learners are reading. And then compare that to learners in the same grade who are reading at 90 correct words per minute. Their comprehension scores were above 60%. Yeah, and then I think we can skip. And these are the benchmarks for Tshivenda. Yeah, why didn't the Xitsonga ones get claps? But they're quite similar, actually, close to each other. And I think, yeah, something can be said there about the nature of the orthography, which is both of them are both just disjunctive and conjunctive at the same time. And yeah, I think maybe just to make the point here is that with these are the minimum thresholds, I think, and that once we get to this part where we've taken our learners over that threshold, there actually still needs to be investment in teaching the higher order reading skills. Yeah, but we can't do that if learners have not reached their level of fluency. And yes, I think maybe actually, I had so much to tell you, but we're here now. I'll go to just sort of a brief overlook. There was more that we could have gotten to, but a brief overlook of where our learners are rating. So only 36% of our grade 2 learners are meeting the benchmark, right, from that sample. And then for grade 3, about 15 to 20% of learners are unable to read. That means that like they're not getting a single word correct in a minute or in any time, and which then, while they are only a quarter of that sample, are actually meeting the benchmarks for Xitsonga. And the non-readers in grade 4 is high at about 20%, and only 20% of them actually meeting the benchmarks. And then grade 6, there are very few non-readers, but only still 24% of them are reaching that benchmark. And then similarly for Tshivenda, where you've got 7% of grade 3s and 16% of grade 4s are unable to sound out a single letter correctly. And so that tells us that we've still got a job to do. We still have to work to do to figure that out. And we get to grade 3s and grade 4s only get 32 to 35% in comprehensions of the questions that they attempt. So there's still work that I think we need to figure out there. And then the last part, which is the what now. The collaboration that we've had, this is a pre-thank you, but the collaboration that we've had with a range of stakeholders, some in the room, some not in the room, has really helped support the work that we've been doing in benchmarking, and has actually also added capacity, because I think another thing that we are missing out on is actual experts in these languages, right? I think the more we develop the languages, the more experts that we'll need, the more richer we would have and have a richer source of literature to draw from. And then, we note that these are minimum fluency benchmarks that should attain, but we aren't quite there yet. So can we get our learners over the threshold first? And then we need future research and investment into what are the most effective ways to teach reading in these early skills for those specific languages to achieve mastery, and actually using the benchmarks in the classroom as the nation and for teacher development. Inkomu.
A round of applause, please. Please. That slide deck was packed, but she's a dynamite, you can see. And she was able to really just blitz through it. There's a lot, but we're going to get all of this. So whatever it is that you didn't manage to get to, she said you are proficient readers, so you'll be able to read it. She did some teaching in case some of you in the room can't interpret those graphs. So remember the lesson from the teacher here. But then really a round of applause for all our presenters. Now we have the benchmarks in all of the 11 languages, and right, in terms of English, we have them from E for E-file, so I'm going to count that as well. Thank you. They have now been officially launched there. So another round of applause for that. And thank you. I know I asked you to hold your horses, but we are really challenged in terms of time. The time is now just around 1:15, actually 16 minutes after 1, and we should have had our lunch break at 12:30. So it tells you that we are running behind by 45 minutes. I don't know, Mo is in the room, how she's going to be able to claw back. Maybe I'm going to claw back from your lunch. But I hope the way we structured the program, where we asked you not to engage immediately after a presentation that didn't really kill your enthusiasm for engaging. So I'm going to open the floor now for about 10 minutes or so for engaging with what we have received. You saw the vibrancy. You felt it. I felt it in my gut, I'm telling you. The vibrancy from all 4 of our presenters. And I think it really speaks to what we've done just to redress. Lesang spoke about how these languages have been underserved, how they've come last, and I think this is the beginning. It's not the end, it's the beginning of that redress journey, the beginning of that equity journey that we should have longer been on as a country. It's never too late. We've started, and I think let's continue. Colleagues, I'm encouraging you. I hope you are still enthusiastic to raise your hands. You are not too hungry. That lunch was very, it was an extensive, it wasn't lunch, it was tea. So I hope you aren't hungry, but you are hungry for engaging and for sharing information, for learning further. I have 2 hands, I have 3 hands, and I'm going to have 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to close the door. Please raise your hand. 5. Okay, I think that's going to take us to the 10 minutes now. So you're number 1, you're number 2, you're number 3. Who was my number 4? You're number 4, and my number 5. In that order. No interference from me. If the mic rolls from one person to the next, to the next, to the next. And those of you who were presenters, hope you are ready to capture the questions. And maybe some of these will really not just be directed at you. These could be questions that open up a discussion from all of us. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much to the speakers for the presentations. Just a few quick questions. I think to the first 2 speakers, my first question is there a consolidated list of phonemes for the 2 languages that we can have access to? And then to Lesang, just clarity around the assessment. So I just wanted to know at which point, especially particularly for grade 2 and 3, at which point do you start to introduce the test with the comprehension questions? And then how many questions do you ask? What kind of comprehension questions are asked? And then with regards to the grade 1 benchmarks, is there word reading that is involved in that at all? Or is it just letter sound recognition? Yeah, thank you.
Thanks everybody for these presentations. And I just want to make a comment more about the linguistic features that were shared about the 2 languages, and also to all the previous languages that have been, the benchmarks have been launched. I am hard of hearing. I've been hard of hearing, and I just finally got my hearing aids a few months ago. And listening to everyone, I didn't even pick up a book to start reading until I was 8. And listening to how you have broken up the linguistic features makes me wonder, how does this impact the children who are hard of hearing? If you're fully deaf, you may be sent to a special school for children who are fully deaf. But what about those children in your classes that may be like me, who was hard of hearing at birth? And, you know, as I've learned what I'm now picking up and able to hear now, I am needing to, you know, tune my brain again with those languages where it has to do with the, I don't even remember, but the 2 words that were spelled the same way but pronounced differently. How do you make that link to help students who may be hard of hearing to understand the difference?
Thank you. Maybe I'll start with a question that's slightly related to that one. So direct question, did you have to control for learners with learning difficulties in the study? I'm asking that, so I was just curious whether the speed versus accuracy and speed versus comprehension analysis, whether it has any capabilities of indicating at what point you can say this learner might have difficulties learning. I think that would be interesting to be able to tell, as also considering the slow pace at which we are able to identify such learners. That's the one question. The other question is that do we expect, and I'm asking because there was one graph that was, I think by grade 3 was starting to look a lot flatter than the other. Do we expect a child's reading speed to increase at stable accuracies or stable comprehension as they grow up? So as the older they get, so they go from grade to grade. So given the point at which we can see that the accuracy and comprehension is stable, do we still expect the speed to increase? And if that's the case, what would be the implication to how we teach reading?
I'll just add my question because it has something to do with teaching people to read, students to read, and especially in regards to pre-service teacher training. How do we get this implemented where those who are teaching and learning to teach are not just subject experts, but really in regards to the linguistic piece, what does that take to make that happen, even if it's just a cohort starting out in each of the languages? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Is it audible? Oh. Thank you very much for all the presentation. They were really informative, and one has learned a lot from this. Now, my question is, now that we have launched all the languages, my question now is I take it that the implications is that we have to review the EGRA, the early grade reading assessment. Now, I want to know how soon can this happen? When can we review the EGRA?
Thank you. I want to appreciate the presentations, and the last one, I think it was by Miss, I think, Sibayeng. I think it's for the first time that you have in a gathering like this, not even one person slumbering from morning. I haven't seen not even one, and that tells you at where we are in terms of the seriousness of this. But I think this kind of presentation, I don't know whether it's possible to have a conference where all the benchmarks are presented at the same time. Because I think the thread that you would pick it is that there are really some kind of similarities across our languages. And that in itself, it removes any phobia of learning any language. You begin to have a sense of how interesting all the African languages are, and that brings a sense of hope that we can crack this. But then, in this sense of hope, I was also saying, perhaps we should also say to ourselves, comprehension really is not an end goal, but an opening of access, such that our tunnel can become narrow, but also can broaden, because from one comprehension, there's some other comprehension to be comprehended. So it's really opening up, it's a form of access. But as you access, that also becomes problematized for you to be able to learn and grow. And then my question is, what role does dictation, especially in the early grades, have in terms of learning words? And I will still go back, because the word is read, it is sounded, it is internalized. So when it comes to dictation, it appeals to recall, but then brings also writing on the scene in the early grades. Do we find room for that, or do we not find room for that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues, for those questions. I think some of the questions have been directed to specific presenters. Other questions can be picked up perhaps by those perhaps who would be willing to do that. Colleagues, we are running seriously behind, and my heart is sore for the people who are still gonna have to face the highway to go back whichever way of the highway. But there was a question that was asked. The first question was asked from the two doctors here. Is there anyone who wants to pick that question up? Then the question on learners or children with special education needs. Who's going to take the question on children with special education needs? The very, 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 very first question that was asked. The first question was for you. Okay, it was. The second part of it was for you. Consolidated list of phonemes, yes. That can be accessed.
Difficult. We have a novel text which most of the teachers shy away from it, wherein it has the consolidated list, but it is not available or accessible to schools. It is called Xiletelo xa Xitsonga. It has those phonemes. And then the other thing is that in most schools, they tap in some of the list, they consolidate themselves. Hence, it will be in correlation with the topic, the question about the special needs, the visuals, which Dr. Kosa will talk about it. But it is related to that one, because when we were saying our classes should be visualized, and those phonemes there, it's a resemblance of what is available in that Xiletelo xa Xitsonga. I so wish that text can be available to schools, regardless of the grade, because it's the foundation of reading.
Thank you. But there's work that can still be done there. I think that's what we've picked up today, that there's still a long way to go. And then, is there anything that you want to add? No. She's covered for both languages. Then the next set of questions was on children with special educational needs. Lesang, going to take that one?
Sure. Thanks. I can't really speak for like how to instruct in that way, but I think I can answer Khotso's questions about controlling for learners, like so in our sample size, right? In the sampling, it was randomized sample, so we went to, like I said, quintile 1 to 3 schools, and in some instances there were full service schools where you would find learners who have, they weren't? Ordinary public schools, sorry, my bad, sorry. Ordinary public schools, but even in those instances, I think there are some learners who have learning difficulties that might be in those schools, even though they don't go to the schools. So in our sampling, we didn't differentiate between that. But so they, yeah, if they popped up, they are part of that that sample. And I think, yeah, in instances where there might have been like an actual like visible, like that's something that the enumerator could pick up. In our the software, there was a place where they could actually write the comments in there, so that that was picked up when analyzing the data. In terms of instruction, I think it's, I would just be babbling if I was trying to attempt that one. And then for, I think, Bitumela's question about the clarity of the assessments. So all of the assessments, apart from the written assessments, were oral. And in the oral reading fluency passages, all of them had comprehension questions. So whether it was in, like, for example, in the Sesotho Setswana, like in Sepedi, when we did Sepedi, even the grade ones had comprehension questions. So all the questions, if you read a text, you were asked questions based on that. And what we then also made sure that we did is that making sure that the question types were varied across. We use the Pearl's taxonomy, which has the 4 question types. I mean, and it can work with any other taxonomy that you want, but making sure that all question types are represented in where majority. So during our sampling, in piloting, we could almost see a trend of how far a typical learner reads up to, and up until that point. So if a typical learner reads up like 50 words, in those 50 words, we tried having multiple different kinds of questions. So it wasn't just the literal kinds of questions that we had. And then we did assess word reading. We just don't benchmark it, just because if you have too many benchmarks, it becomes confusing and uptake is very low. But we do have data for that, which ties in with the updating of the EGRAs. We have begun that process. So every time we've developed the benchmarks, we've updated the EGRA things, and I think we'll hear a little bit later about that, what has been done there. And then, I think that's it. I think so. If not, I'm there at lunch.
Okay, colleagues, we have a session after lunch. I think it will look into the instructional practices and the pedagogy, and I'm hoping that, Wendy, your question can be answered. It's very important, and you were specific about children who are hard of hearing within the spectrum of educational needs, of special educational needs. You wanna add to this now, because I wanna kill this session now. You want to? You wanna respond to her question? All right. So I'm going to hand over to her to respond to Dr. Felicia's question. But all the issues that really pertain to how and the implications, particularly for instructional pedagogy, for all children, as well as for children with special educational needs, I think they should be picked up in the next session. So once she responds to Dr. Felicia's question, I think then I'm going to call it a day for me. I won't be leaving, but I will be in the room, but I'm going to be handing over to my colleague when we come back from lunch. Lunch was meant to be for 20 minutes. Can we still afford a 20-minute lunch? Or you want us to take a 15? Half an hour. So can we agree on a 20-minute lunch, please? Sure. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to respond to the question that was raised by Dr. Young with regard to the teaching of reading in the foundation phase. It's true that teachers need to be trained effectively for teaching reading. However, because in our country, we are not actually bilingual, we are multilingual. So in different regions, you'll find that it's not only one language that is predominating in a particular school or in the foundation phase. So you'll find that learners who are admitted in that particular school, they might be Sesotho, Sizulu, Xitsonga, but only one mother tongue is going to be taught in that particular classroom. So the teacher is not trained to deal with that situation of accommodating learners who are speaking other languages. The focus is only in one language. Hence, the problem with reading and writing. So until we are able to be in a position to can teach those teachers to approach multilingual situations, we will still be complaining about literacy crisis here in South Africa.
A round of applause, colleagues. If we continue these conversations over lunch, I think I'll be very happy. And so lunch is served, and it's now around 20 to 2. If we can be back here by 2 o'clock, then that means that at least we will be lagging behind by only 30 minutes instead of by an hour. I'm sorry to cut your lunch short. Lunch is served.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Can we please settle down? Can we please settle down so that we can get started with the program? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maureen Kitumetse Modiba, and I am based here at the DBE. So I am going to be chairing this session, which is going to be focusing on utilization of the reading benchmarks in classrooms. So we have 3 presenters for this session, and there are 2 co-presenters. We've got Asanda Lubelo, as well as Zama Zwane, who are going to be sharing with us a presentation on teacher benchmark usage study. And perhaps I know that we've got their mini bios on the program, but Ms. Lubelo is a senior research associate, and she's based at the UCT. And Ms. Zama Zwane is a data analyst based here at the Department of Basic Education. So you both have 30 minutes to take us through your presentation. And colleagues, please note down your questions as they present, because we will have a discussion thereafter. Over to you.
Okay. Just as we had been introduced, Sam and I are going to take you through a presentation on some of the findings around this pilot study, which looked into some of the usages of reading benchmarks in classrooms. So as you can see on this first slide, Sam and I are just going to be the mouthpieces today for a group of trailblazers who did this work. It was quite a collaboration. So yeah, there are people who are not standing here who did this work as well. Then getting into the presentation, just to give you some background and context on the study, I think Stephen had presented a version of this diagram earlier when he introduced the session, so I won't go into it. But I did want to highlight at least 2 of the proposed uses of benchmarks in the classroom, which is to identify early on learners that are at risk of not being able to read, and to adapt instructional focus to meet learners' needs. Both of these proposed uses of benchmarks rely on accurate formative assessment. In fact, they speak to that process, where teachers, in order to identify a learner who is at risk, teachers need to accurately assess those learners to be able to know where they are. As well as the results of accurate assessment are needed to adapt teaching to meet learner needs. You need to be aware of what those needs are. So what do we know about formative assessment practices in South Africa of teachers? The body of research on formative assessment is actually not that large, but there are some studies which have relevant findings, which are that teachers may face many challenges like inadequate training and support, limited reading resources to assess, and time constraints in conducting formative assessments. Large class sizes and teacher-led pedagogies mean that there are limited opportunities for individualized assessment and feedback. There is a weak link between assessment results and learner abilities, and this is something that came through by comparing the results according to, let's say, teachers versus an external assessment of the exact same learners. What is that link between the learner results and their academic abilities? And then there is some findings that teachers are unable to use formative assessment to identify learning gaps and to support learnings. So this research informs us that there are inefficiencies at multiple stages in the formative assessment process, both from doing the actual assessment and finding time and administering it, and then also to interpreting that into learning needs in order to be able to adapt teaching to meet those learning needs. How does this link with differentiated instruction? just to start, is that there's a growing interest in targeting and differentiated instruction in developing countries. And in fact, it's vital for the implementation of the curriculum components like group-guided reading, which requires that learners are organized into groups according to their ability levels. But in order to target or differentiate your instruction based on these ability levels, you need to know where your learners are. Second, you need to understand what the learning needs are of those learners in relation to where they should be. Thirdly, you need to understand how to address those needs. And fourth, you need to be willing and able to do so. So where benchmarks fit in terms of this process of formative assessment to differentiated instruction is that they can improve the assessment process by serving as a lens through which teachers interpret learner assessment results into learning needs. For example, an EGRA assessment can tell you that a learner scored 10 words correctly in the assessment, but what does that actually mean? Well, if they're a grade 2 learner, it means that the benchmark there, if they're a Nguni home language learner, that they should be reading 20 words. So that means they're 10 words away. What is the strategy to get them to where they should be by the end of grade 2? So this enables then teachers to be able to adapt or target their instruction and hence improve learner performance. So the research aims and questions for this pilot study. Number one, we wanted to inform our understanding of teachers' use of the EGRA tool and general assessment practices with respect to the foundation phase. As we said before, the body of literature on formative assessment processes is not actually that large, so this aim was exploratory in nature. We wanted to know how are teachers implementing EGRA, how long does it take them, questions around their practices of EGRA. And then the second aim that we wanted to explore was to implement and evaluate a pilot intervention to introduce newly established African language benchmarks into the foundation phase classrooms for this aim of then creating that pipeline from formative assessment into differentiated instruction. So that is, Zama will tell you a little bit about that intervention, but I'm going to start with some findings in terms of teachers' home language EGRA assessment practices and how much they know of their learners in terms of their learning levels. And that is what we call just assessment efficacy, because as an outcome, if teachers are, have good assessment practices and assess learners regularly, they should know where their learners' levels are. And then just as a note, the study also includes both quantitative and qualitative elements, where the quantitative elements were that we did learner assessment, educator interviews. Qualitatively, we also did some workbook analysis and materials analysis and more in-depth teacher interviews. So just some quick background, getting into some of the results. So we asked teachers how many of them had exposure to EGRA in terms of the EGRA rollout. And when we say exposed, we mean that teachers had either received training on the EGRA tool or that they had some experience with it before. And it turns out that 48% of teachers overall report not having exposure to the EGRA tool. And then this is especially surprising in a province, for example, like Mpumalanga, where 90% of the schools were in the EGRA rollout. So these teachers, 62% of them said that they had not, had no EGRA experience, had no EGRA exposure. Then of the teachers who report having EGRA exposure or experience, we then asked them how many of them had actually completed the EGRA by May. And this is what teachers said. 74% of them had completed a round of assessment by May, which corresponds to about halfway through term 2 in the school year. So then we focus our analysis on EGRA assessment practices on this group of teachers who had completed an EGRA assessment by May, so that their responses aren't influenced by their ability to recall, right? It's something recent that they've done, they can respond accurately. So we asked them how long does an average EGRA last, and save for this one outlier here on the right, oh, you can't see the pointer, who said it takes 60 minutes. There's about a median of 5 minutes per learner to do the EGRA assessment. That means in an average class size, which we found in our sample of 46 learners, it takes approximately 4 contact hours. And if a teacher would do the EGRA assessment within, let's say, a group-guided reading lesson, it means it would take 2 weeks of group-guided reading lessons per term to do 1 round of EGRA assessment. So even in just the average class, this is not even at the extremes, EGRA can take quite a bit of instructional time. And we ask teachers how then they go and manage the time to make sure that this instructional time isn't lost. And the majority of teachers report assigning workers worksheets or workbooks to do, but there's still this 13% of teachers who just let learners have free time or break time. Then moving into some of the questions around assessment efficacy, I'm going to take time to explain this graph. I don't want to make assumptions, but essentially we asked teachers, based off of the passage which we had assessed learners on, we asked them how far they thought each of the sampled learners could read. And so on the horizontal axis, you have what the learner actually obtained in the assessment. And on the vertical axis, you have what the teacher said the learner had obtained. And what we see from this graph is, firstly, the tendency of teachers to overestimate. And to illustrate this point, I'm going to pick this learner here and say the learner scored around about 7 words, or read 7 words correctly in the assessment. But the teacher said that they could read about 34 words correctly when we asked them. This line of equality also means that an observation would fall on this line if the teacher estimate was exactly equal to what the learner had scored. But as you can see, most of the dots fall above this line, which means then that teachers tend to overestimate their learners' performance. I think another thing to highlight from this graph is that there is quite a range of what learners actually scored on the assessment in terms of teachers, learners who teachers said finished the assessment passage, which was 37 words long. You have learners all the way here at 0 words, right the way through. So there is a lot of variation in terms of these teacher estimates, both in terms of learners who they think can finish the passage, but also then on the opposite end, in terms of how teachers estimate, let's say for a particular group of learners, that there's quite a wide range of their estimates. So finally, and I think I didn't, oh, there it comes, is that we also organized, color-coded these dots according to whether teachers had received EGRA training or not, and whether they had done the EGRA. So you'll see, I think the medium blue are teachers who had done the EGRA by May, the light blue are teachers who had not done the EGRA by May, and the dark blue are teachers who had no EGRA exposure, or report having no EGRA exposure, and these dots are all over. It doesn't look like there's a pattern in this, which just tells us that EGRA training and experience doesn't seem to have made teachers more accurate prior to the introduction of the intervention. Then, lastly, in terms of what we found at baseline, we also calculate the percentage of learners that teachers correctly classified at baseline, and that was an average of 37% of that learners. So in real terms, it means that teachers correctly classified 4 out of their 10 learners correctly. Summer is now going to take us through the intervention details.
Thanks, Asanda. So for our intervention, we made use of the EGRA tool. We just adapted it a bit. And just to speak briefly on what the EGRA tool is, it's a diagnostic test that allows teachers to be able to assess their learners' abilities to perform in foundational reading skills like letter sounds, oral reading fluency, word reading, and of comprehension. This EGRA tool was mainly adapted for there to be a diagnostic assessment that is cost effective and that it's designed for easy administration without specialized knowledge. And teachers do, however, face a few challenges with the EGRA tool. These challenges include things such as the time taken to assess each learner when conducting the assessment, the documentation that comes with the results of the EGRA tool itself. And there is currently an EGRA toolkit with progress charts that contains benchmarks. Those benchmarks were created using expert criteria, whereas the benchmarks we're launching now and the ones that are already available have expert criteria and learner data together. Then just looking into what our aims were with this intervention, we mainly wanted to improve the efficacy of formative assessments by mainly introducing teachers to these newly established benchmarks and how to use these benchmarks, as well as how to meaningfully interpret them in their classrooms by linking them to their EGRA tools. We also aimed to simplify the EGRA tools by reducing the cognitive burden that it takes on teachers and the time that it takes to conduct these assessments. And lastly, we also wanted to provide teachers with high-level guidance on the appropriate use of the benchmark categories within their classrooms. For our intervention, we made use of the Nguni and Sesotho-Setswana languages, and we adapted these benchmarks by putting them into these categories that you see. We categorized them, or categorized the benchmarks as learners being either non-reader, struggling reader, and emerging reader, and proficient. We also color-coded of use for the teachers. So these categories became helpful for teachers to find out whether their learners are on track to attaining the specific targets come the end of the year, and how many words a specific learner still has to gain in order to reach the benchmark at the end of the year. For the intervention, we cut down the EGRA subtasks to just the letter sound task and the oral reading fluency task. So what you see here is the oral reading fluency subtasks. We had a blank chart and a color-coded chart given to teachers. The color-coded chart was color-coded according to the categories I mentioned previously. So in a classroom setting, how a teacher would go about administering this intervention is asking the learner to read through the passage in a minute, which would then land them in the pink category, and that would then classify that learner as a non-reader, a struggling reader, sorry. Another set of materials that we gave the teachers were progress charts for them to then record the results that they get after administering these assessments with their learners. So these recording sheets are adapted from the original EGRA recording sheets. They have a space for the learner's name, the two tasks that we used for the intervention, letter sounds and passage reading, and then the number of times the assessment had to be conducted, which was 4 times. Then next to that, you see a box of stickers. That is something else that we gave the teachers. So the stickers, the color of the stickers coordinated with the reading categories that we trained the teachers on, so that if a learner is a struggling reader in the pink category for letter sounds, the teacher would then place a pink sticker for letter sounds for that particular learner and have the chart on their wall. So at a glance, they'd be able to tell what specific learner is struggling in which specific task and in which task they're proficient in. And then in terms of actually administering these assessments, we had to find a time for when the teachers could conduct these assessments in their classroom. And upon looking at the CAPS curriculum, we found that a maximum of 8 hours and a minimum of 7 hours is allocated for home language per week. So in the minimum 7 hours per week of home language instruction, we suggested that 30 minutes per day or 2.5 hours a week be set aside for conducting the assessment. And in this way, teachers were able to utilize 2 consecutive weeks of that allocated group-guided reading time to conduct this intervention in their classroom. Then in terms of the teachers interpreting these results, when they assess these learners, the teacher, as I said, checks the progress charts on the wall to see where the learner is and how far or close they are to reaching the benchmark, given that they are looking at the categories that we gave them. After this, teachers should then be able to adapt their instruction to in support of their learners' needs. We did conduct the intervention with the assumption that teachers had the knowledge to be able to change their instructional practice to support their learners' needs. But we also did direct them to the existing national framework for teaching of reading in African languages, as well as the online teacher development platform to help them strengthen their pedagogical practice. Then moving on to our research design, because we made use of the Nguni and Sesotho-Setswana benchmarks, we conducted this study in the Northwest, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Eastern Cape. In each of these provinces, we sampled 10 schools to conduct our assessment on. And our main sampling frame was to assess schools that had been part of the DBE EGRA program. And this was mainly because we wanted to build and refine on the existing practice as opposed to introducing EGRA to these schools. We did, however, face some issues with this. Upon calling some schools, we found that some schools didn't have the amount of classes that we needed to do this intervention. So we then resorted to including schools that are not part of the EGRA program in our sample. You can see with Northwest and Limpopo, all our sampled schools from those provinces are non-EGRA trained schools. Then looking a bit deeper into our teacher and learner sample, in each school, we assessed grade 2s and 3s. So we called schools and asked for whether they have 3 grade 2 classes and 3 grade 3 classes. And in these classes, we interviewed each of the teachers. Upon interviewing the teachers, we then randomly sampled them to have 2 teachers in each grade that were treatment teachers, which were then invited to training. That is the red teachers. And then we had control teachers shown in green, so 1 control teacher in each grade, which did not receive the intervention at all. In each of these teachers' classes, we assessed 10 learners each on the 2 subtasks, letter sounds and oral reading fluency. Those were the results, some of the results that Asanda presented in the beginning. And this sample gave us a total sample of 40 schools, 240 teachers, and 2,400 learners. I'll hand over to Asanda to give us the end line results.
Thanks, Anna. Okay, great. So, are we still together, everybody? Just checking the pulse. I know we're competing with lunch for your attention. All right, so just before we get into the results, just starting with some feedback from teachers on the intervention, because it's important context for the results that we see. We asked teachers how, compared to the traditional EGRA, how easy the benchmarks assessment or our assessment was to interpret and how easy it was to administer. And as you can see, we asked them on a scale of much more difficult, about the same, And then the greens are easier and much easier. And the majority, in fact, the overwhelming majority, found it much easier. Easier and much easier to interpret and administer to to learners. We then we then interrogated or looked deeper into how teachers understood the intervention, given some of our findings around the assessment practices, EGRA assessment practices at baseline. We were interested in this question about how they understood it, and it turns out that teachers didn't understand the intervention as a formative assessment tool. The picture that you can see here is a teacher who actually photocopied a learner chart and put it on the desk for learners to memorize in order for them to complete the assessment faster. Because teachers were concerned with learners not being able to complete the charts within 1 minute, which points to an issue with the understanding that this 1 minute measure within this assessment was enough to measure learners' accuracy and speed and their reading ability, instead of them trying to beat the time. So this is also an issue that came up when we asked teachers about their EGRA practices, where they expressed concerns with learners not finishing the charts within 1 minute, and suggested that the time be increased to accommodate that because their learners are slower readers. On a more positive note, we then asked teachers for feedback on these progress charts, which Zama had showed you. And some quotes from the qualitative interview is that there's a change. It makes it easier now because you begin the assessment knowing where the learner is, their abilities. Another teacher said, you see every day that this learner needs help. And the last teacher said, because these stickers are in different colors, the learners themselves wish to improve and get to the other level or the next level. So it seems that the progress charts and seeing where learners are on a daily basis in their classroom had landed quite positively with teachers. In general, there were some other issues in terms of how teachers implemented the assessment or the intervention, and that relates to time constraints, and this is also common to also EGRA. Some of the things that came up when we asked them about EGRA is that lessons need to take place. There are meetings that we need to go to, so time and the amount of workload that there is in a day. Large class sizes, it was a challenge for us because maybe, let me say for me, to be able to do that assessment with all the learners in the given time frame. And then related to crowded classrooms and learners overhearing each other's assessment, by the time we get to the 7th learner, they already memorized the passage. Even the learner who is unable to read will follow the story and listen. If there is one passage read all the time, the struggling readers memorize the passage from those that were assessed already in class. And when you assess the struggling reader, they will recite the passage without looking at the text. So there were quite a few issues with teachers' implementation of the intervention. And so we clarified teachers' intervention use or their take-up of the intervention. And we classified teachers according to 2 categories, which was treatment high use and treatment other use, which treatment referring to the teachers who received the intervention. And how we did this is that our field team asked teachers for consent to take pictures of their progress charts, which we had just shown earlier. And then from those pictures, obviously some teachers declined. And of the ones who said that we can take the pictures, we were then able to analyze those pictures and classify teachers into high use, which is that they used it 3 or 4 more times and it looks credible and highly likely that it was actually the case. And then other use. So this other use category includes teachers who declined for the pictures to be taken, as well as teachers who allowed us to take a picture but used it less than what we had asked them to do. Okay, so now getting into the impact of the intervention. So we calculated the correlation between, we asked teachers at baseline and at endline how far they thought each of the sampled learners read on the passage that we used to assess. And so we calculated the correlation between those estimates of teachers and what the learners actually got in or when they were assessed by our field team. And so this is what it looks like for baseline and endline for each of the groups of teachers. And as you can see, the only group that improved were these high-use teachers, which were teachers who used the intervention as we had asked them to do. Treatment teachers overall improved by 0.1 correlation points. And treatment high-use teachers improved by 0.12 correlation points relative to control. And so I think we can cautiously interpret this graph to say two key things. The one is that in the absence of the intervention, it's likely that teachers would have become less accurate in knowing their learners' levels, right? So that's what the control group, they received no form of intervention, so they represent what would have happened in the absence of the intervention, is that this would have gotten worse over the school year. The second thing is that when teachers actually use the intervention as intended, as requested, we see a higher improvement in their ability to know the learning levels of their learners. And so just to summarize all of this, I will try and not point each of it out, but the fact that teachers didn't understand the intervention to be an assessment tool and their responses on some of their EGRA practices that we asked at baseline points to a need for further training and support to be provided to teachers on this EGRA tool and formative assessment in general. This is also supported by the number of teachers who report having no EGRA exposure, despite what it says when we look at this EGRA rollout and the data from that aspect. Another point is that EGRA in the traditional form takes a significant amount of time, especially in just even the average class size. Teachers have quite a number of learners that they need to assess. And so figuring out a way to accommodate that and to be cognizant of that is also something that needs to be taken up. And these are probably all contributing factors why teachers could only correctly classify 4 out of their 10 learners at baseline. In terms of the intervention, although there was variable take-up, as you saw, and some issues around implementation, we were only able to confirm high use for 41% of treatment teachers. There is some evidence that it improved teacher knowledge of learning levels, especially for teachers who used it as it was intended to do. And then just to reiterate, some of the key challenges is that teachers needed access to enough text to be able to assess learners so that learners aren't reciting a passage from memory, but actually displaying their true reading abilities. So handing over to Zama to wrap up.
So just to wrap up our presentation and give recent updates that we've done since this intervention and since the development of these reading benchmarks, we have made some updates to the EGRA tools. The first update being adapting the reading categories that we had used in the intervention. So the reading categories that we had only only gave a teacher an idea of where the learner is for the benchmark at the end of the year. We adapted these categories to give a teacher an idea of how far along a learner is by the term. So we split it for term 1, term 2, term 3, and 4, so that the teacher can progressively track the learner throughout the term and reach to the end of the year. We then also updated the EGRA recording sheets or progress charts. What you see here is the current EGRA progress charts. You can see that there are those minimum benchmarks that were there that I spoke about that were that they got from expert criteria. We updated these charts to include the current benchmarks that have been launched. What you see here is a progress chart for grade 1 isiZulu, where it's we still expect teachers to assess the learners 3 times in the year on letter sounds, word recognition, because this is grade 1. What we've added onto the EGRA charts is our reading categories. You can see they're abbreviated as NR, SR, ER, PR for the categories mentioned earlier. And then right below that is the range of letters or words that learners should be reading to be classified according to that specific category. So we've created these progress charts for Nguni languages, Xitsonga languages, as well as Xitsonga and Tshivenda, working closely with Ms. Modiba's directorate. And lastly, in terms of next steps and recommendations, now that we have updated the EGRA tools, the question is, what now? What do teachers do with this information? If a learner is a struggling reader, what do I do with that information? We plan on developing a teacher guide that will give teachers strategies on how to remediate and, where relevant, extension. And then secondly, we plan on developing a bank of assessments that can be used exclusively for either diagnostic or monitoring at different levels. These assessments will also align with progression of the sounds taught in each grade. And development of these assessments is mainly on the points that Asanda mentioned, to avoid teachers giving assessments to learners to memorize, to cram, and also learners listening on when teachers are testing other learners. They can use different assessments should they have them available to them. And then lastly, a training will be conducted by the DBE. A national core training team will be trained on the early grade reading benchmarks and the implementation of these strengthened EGRAs that I mentioned. And this core training team will mainly be responsible for the training of teachers in phase 5 rollout of EGRA, and then eventually train teachers nationally in the next rollout. And we hope that these trainings will assist with addressing the inconsistencies in teacher trainings of EGRA. And that brings us to the end of our presentation.
Another round of applause to Ms. Asanda Lobelo and Ms. Zamazwani. That was a very beautiful duet. And, I know that time is moving very fast, and I can see some colleagues are preparing to leave. But I hope that as you leave, you will take with you some of the lessons learned from this presentation. And as you wrap up the year and planning for 2024, you will incorporate some of the lessons into your planning, particularly as they relate to early grade reading assessment, as well as generally just early grade reading. And colleagues, without a waste of time, please do note some of your questions and comments for the two presenters. But without any waste of time, I would like to call upon to the podium Dr. Nompumelelo Mohoshwane. She's still blushing when you call her doctor. Dr. Mohoshwane is our colleague here at the DBE. She has been with the Research Coordination, Monitoring and Evaluation Directorate. She's been doing quite a lot of research in that regard. She has been working very closely with us in curriculum when it comes to all aspects of early grade reading. And now she is the acting director in the branch that is responsible for transformation programs in the Department of Basic Education. So without any waste of time, I'm going to hand over to Mpumi, as I usually call her, who's going to make a presentation on a comprehensive picture of benchmarks and lessons learned. A round of applause for Dr. Mohoshwane before she starts her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm getting the cold shoulder. Afternoon, everyone. Great. Before I get into the presentation, if you go to your program at the back, this should be a perforated page that you can tear out with all the benchmarks. So yeah, this is a summary for your use after this. We'll share that as well online. So I am going to speak about some of the lessons we've learned, especially the comprehensive picture of benchmarks you've already gotten in that table. I think it's important for us to mention that we are concerned about the different reading abilities of children across the board. I think some of the questions raised earlier were around supporting learners that have difficulties in reading. And I think while we haven't figured out how to do that, particularly learners who are deaf or have other aspects that don't match with ordinary schools, it is work that we're concerned about. We've commissioned some desktop work to try and think about what that means and what it looks like. So yeah, while today we're launching these benchmarks that are assessed in a specific way, we are concerned overall about all children reading. Then maybe some of the high-level lessons that we have collectively learned as we've been doing this work over the past 5 or 7 years has been that it's good to assume that you are not the only or the first people to develop or identify a skill. And so we deliberately took time to learn from previous work. And I think that design aspect that Lesang had spoken about in detail was important for us. We unfortunately, or because times change, couldn't find benchmarks existing previously. So we had expected to find them for Afrikaans, for example, but I think the skills that we are measuring now are different to what was being measured 20 years ago. So we, want to say that part of the lesson we learned, and I think a good practice, has been checking on previous work. The second has been working closely with curriculum. So like Maureen is saying, we were constantly in their office. Mboni, often when we present, will say, I have nothing else to add, because we've collectively been designing this work from the beginning. And I think that's important because as the research section, we are supporting the core function of the department, and research that's done should be supporting that. It's policy-relevant research rather than research as an end in itself. We think it was important as well to agree upfront on the criteria that we were going to use and the definitions that we were going to use when we speak about proficiency. So we're not doing that at the end, but upfront. And we think it was an important thing to be inclusive with our benchmarks. So part of what you see is a range of partners, donors that we've worked with, and that was to intentionally not end up with Zenex benchmarks, which are different to USAID benchmarks, which are different to the DBE's benchmarks. We wanted to develop products that would be South Africa's benchmarks. And they're open to critique still, but at least we were not putting up competition up front in terms of what we were developing. We also very early on learned that you need a range of skills to do this work. It's not the work of researchers only, or linguists, or quantitative people. You need people who understand how reading develops. You need people who understand African languages and are experts in that. You need people who are writing in African languages, because we were not transposing from another language, but developing passages in those language. You need people who understand test development, which is its own skill. You need people who will be able to actually collect the data at mass. Then you need people who are able to analyze the data and check that your data is measuring what you think it should be measuring in ways that are reliable. And then you also need people who think through how you're going to use these findings for research, for policy, for curriculum. And I think we are grateful for the range of skills that we've been able to amass, the group of people with this range of skills over time. There are also significant data considerations that we have, and they include things like sample size. I think Lesang and Asanda did a lot of data interpretation work today. But I think the main point I want to make here was it is important, if we're creating national benchmarks, to not be benchmarking on one learner. And also, I think Lesang said, to also not be benchmarking on a quintile 5 learner. So all of those things mattered. Even when we were benchmarking for English as a first additional language, we had robust discussions around that. Do you just borrow second language speaker benchmarks from the US or another country, or do you benchmark based on South Africa? In our case, we decided to collect data for South Africa and to collect that data for people who are learning in first additional language for English, so mostly African quintile 1 to 3 learners. And what we're saying here is that you might be a home language speaker speaking faster than a second language speaker, but getting to the same levels of comprehension. And we want to be able to document that and not assume that faster speaking necessarily means better comprehension, especially with those kinds of differences. And yeah, I think a big aspect that Stephen Lesang mentioned is around the early grade reading study and longitudinal data. Okay. And using longitudinal data has been around being able to track the profile of learners when they start school and what they look like when they are successful readers. And what that has allowed us to do is to look at a grade 7 learner who's about to exit primary school and say, for that specific learner who's reached this proficiency, what were the other early skills that they were mastering over time? And to be able to do that looking backwards and to do that looking forward. And so data integrity, completeness, availability have been a really powerful tool to make this benchmarking work possible. We also learned a lot about distinctions in languages. You've heard today 5 vowels, 7 vowels, depending on which language you are speaking about, and that mattered. If we had gone in benchmarking one language and applying it across the board, we would have had inaccurate benchmarks. We also learned things like you have long vowels. You heard that, we saw it in Afrikaans, but you've heard that in Afrikaans they're called long vowels. In other languages you get double vowels, which are different things. They look the same, but they mean different things. There were also the aspects that you heard about today, which are about tonal differences, where you are pronouncing or pronouncing things differently, reading the exact same word, and learning that those aspects mattered even when we were developing our passages and getting ready to train field workers to administer this. And we also learned about the combination of different things like in Sesotho languages. And then, of course, the diacritics. I'm not going to try. I'm scared I'll actually bite my tongue for real if I try the diacritics. But I think the illustration here is it's been a really valuable and instructional time for us to get an appreciation of what these different African languages bring to the table, what makes them accessible, what makes them difficult, which aspects we need to focus on, and which aspects we have been neglecting. And then I think another lesson has been about the use. You've heard a lot today about the different audiences that these benchmarks can affect at the national level, at a school level, and even at a classroom level. And a big component, even for this room, will be about how simply and accurately we communicate the benchmarks that we are developing. We could have benchmarked every single skill in the curriculum, maybe. But the ease of doing that, the ability to do that, and the ability to use that without confusing the system is something that I think we should take seriously. We don't want to overemphasize specific skills at the cost of other skills, but we also don't want to have so much information that the benchmarks are actually not usable. We received that advice from benchmarks in Ghana, that they had benchmarked too many things. A typical teacher that you interact with couldn't tell you what the benchmark is because we have 7 benchmarks across multiple languages, etc. And so just clarifying again that we're not saying the other skills don't matter, they're all correlated, and we were choosing to be simple in what we're communicating so that it can translate and it can be cascaded at scale. I think I've made all of these, and I think a big area that we now need to move on to will be about supporting remediation and supporting the actual use of the benchmarks for learning, not just measurement. And so what are we doing next? We think information and dissemination are important. The benchmarks are not helpful just in my computer. It would be a waste. They are helpful if people are using them nationally, provincially, in classrooms, communities, etc. We now need to do the careful work of developing the remediation aspects and thinking through what this means for early interventions. How should our interventions be strengthened to respond to some of these benchmarks? We need to develop and work with teachers in particular. Teachers are still our biggest and best resources in classrooms. All of these things that we're developing are to help the teacher, who is the best resource for this, to be able to work better, and we need to think through what that means for them. We hope that over time, so after a long time, so you see the gray part, like we would have done all of these things, but later, we hope that the benchmarks would become part of normal teacher practice, and we can start focusing on the unconstrained skills. There are lots of other skills in literacy, vocabulary, etc., that are bigger and more important, but we want to be done with these small, short, constrained skills so we can focus on the multiple literacies that people have been speaking about. And ultimately, all of this is with the purpose of having learners that are able to read with meaning. Thank you.
Round of applause for the three presenters. And, you know, as Mpumi was wrapping up her presentation, it just took me back to a conversation that I had with one of the colleagues during lunch, who said that when we started with the early grade reading assessment toolkit, when that toolkit was developed back in 2014, I think, we did not have the benchmarks. We did not have the benchmarks for the African languages. So now, in 2023, we have the benchmarks for all the African languages. Therefore, it must have been very tricky to administer early grade reading assessment in classrooms because we did not have anything to benchmark that against. But now we have resources to assist us when we, not only when we administer early grade reading assessment, but also, you know, during daily teaching and learning, particularly in the foundation phase, because we know that in the foundation phase, continuous assessment is very important. We rely on formative assessment. Foundation phase learners do not write formal assessment, and therefore, constant feedback needs to be given to the learners on an ongoing basis. So I'm going to open up the floor now for discussions, for questions, as well as for comments. From the three presenters, we started first with Ms. Asanda Lubilo as well as Ms. Zama Zwane, and then moved to Dr. Nyatimo Hotlwane. So if you've got any questions or comments to make, please put up your hand. I have noted Mr. Blichnote, number 1. I'm sorry, I got into this late, so I don't know everybody's name. So you'll be number 2. Anybody else? On the right wing? Okay. Over to you, Mr. Blichnote.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. My first one is a question, and it relates to this last page, where you have the summary of the benchmarks for the Nguni languages, the Sotho languages, English, Afrikaans, as well as Xitsonga and Tshivenda. I've noticed there are some yellow blocks. I wondered, is it work in progress? Is it unfinished business? Or is it intended to be like that? The reason why I'm asking is that Mboni and I went out to schools to go and showcase and exhibit how to do this oral reading fluency thing. And it was very intriguing. We invited the principal, the departmental head, the teacher, and we went in our back pockets with our own Nguni and Sesotho, you know, pieces to read. And we showcased. I did the Nguni languages, ukuba ndiyazama noko ukuthetha isiXhosa. Mboni did the Sesotho and the Tshivenda and Xitsonga. So we've got our own numbers in our back pockets. So we were about to say it would be interesting to see on a very small basis how our numbers compare beyond grade 3 with the research unit's numbers. And that is a little bit of a question from my side. Number 2, it is very evident that before lunch, the focus was on the learner, and after lunch, the focus dramatically shifted towards the teacher, which means the teacher is the real change agent now, which takes me to goal number 16 of Action Plan towards Schooling 2030, and it speaks about the teacher, and it says on a lifelong basis, we need to improve teachers' subject knowledge, 4 things: teaching skills, professionalism, and computer literacy skills. So we need to, going forward, if we want to get this thing right, invest in our teachers so that our teachers, 1, can teach reading for meaning effectively, and 2, that the teachers can teach languages as subjects. All the Nguni languages, all 4, all the 3 Sesotho languages, Xitsonga, Tshivenda, Afrikaans, and English effectively, because if that is now the next task at hand. Launching these benchmarks is winning one battle, but the war actually lies absolutely ahead. Then, if then the teacher is central to this process going forward, then teacher supply and demand by higher education institutions must be seriously looked at, which is the type of teacher education programs that we get from these higher education institutions as part of initial teacher education, and we need to look at the modules that they offer for these teachers who will eventually land up in our classrooms. I just want to say, as the DBE curriculum, we have now developed guides in all the languages for oral, for reading, for writing, for grammar, and for literature study. And we're going to unleash those guides, and that will be part of ongoing teacher professional development. So it's not only the universities, it's also us. So I'm going to conclude then by saying that it becomes a teacher thing now. All 3 presenters after lunch clearly showcase that it becomes a teacher thing. So the teacher is our hope is in the teacher now. So the teacher is that change agent. It's a pedagogy thing. It's a how I teach thing. It's a methodology thing. It's a didactics thing. And my message to all teachers then going forward, if the teacher is so instrumental going forward, is hambani ngoko tichalakazi niyokuzenza abafundi zonke intlanga. Ons depend op die onderwyser om vir ons die verandering teweeg te bring. Dianibulela manene ne manene kasi.
My colleague, we call him Hlakazi in the directorate. Yeah, thank you so much. I think those were very useful comments and inputs, and I think in a way you also provided a way forward. But colleagues, we're not going anywhere. The program is still continuing. So I think there was a question on this. I think it was from you, ma'am. Yes, over to you. The mic, please.
Okay, my questions are directed to Zama. There was one slide where you showed a sort of more on the side of the responses of the teachers. So what I want to check is that is it possible, because the teachers indicated that learners are scoring around 34, is it possible that teachers might not have done that particular exercise, and which is highly possible because you when you actually conducted the task, you actually came up with a different outcome from what the teachers indicated. And I also want to say that, well, teachers, not that IGRA it's complex or complicated or difficult. Teachers don't actually do it. And when they do it, they don't do it the right way. That is why it is difficult for them to know their learners' reading abilities. They don't know their learners. And the only way for the teachers to know their learners is to conduct that what we call baseline assessment through IGRA. So even if we can keep on training and retraining them, if they do not actually do the task, we will keep on experiencing this low performance or literacy performance outcomes. Now, my second question is, you indicated, well, we know that when you conduct IGRA, we've got tasks that are timed and those that are not timed. So with regard to those that are timed, normally it's 1 minute according to IGRA. So you mentioned that you are sort of going to come up with a way of reducing the time of administering IGRA. I'm quite interested in that because I also want to learn or note something from how you are going to come up with a way of reducing the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me then hand over to Zama and Asanda to respond to the questions. And Mpumi, you will wrap up the discussions from the two presentations. Okay.
Okay. I think your question was about the 34 words that the teacher estimated versus the 7 words that we measured for the learner, and whether it's possible that the teacher didn't do that exercise. In terms of the teacher's estimates, it wasn't from teachers' assessment book or EGRA mark sheet or anything like that. We asked teachers in the assessment, and we showed them the passage that we'd assessed learners on and asked them for each learner how far that the learner could read. We then translated that into a teacher's estimate of the correct words per minute read for each learner. We didn't get to the reason exactly why teachers, why there was such a difference in teachers' estimates. So it could be that it's because that teacher never did EGRA, or they're just not familiar with the assessment. But it certainly looks like from our baseline questions around the EGRA practices that there are issues around the administration of EGRA and teachers actually doing the EGRA assessment. So it is likely that teacher didn't do the EGRA, at least from our analysis. It's not something that we looked at, yeah.
Okay, then I'll answer you on the question of how we plan on reducing the time burden on the teachers. It's fine? Okay. So with the current EGRA charts, you'll find that there's a lot of subtasks. So there's letter sounds, word reading, then you'll find complex consonants, syllable reading. In a chart we had seen there is instances where it's letter sounds and complex consonants all on one chart for monitoring or for teachers to use. So what we'll plan on doing is to reduce the subtasks. So if you saw in the progress sheet, it will only be letter sounds, word reading, and passage reading, which shortens the time of administering that task for the teacher.
To add to the teacher question on formative assessments, I think, Martha, you raised the question around if teachers are doing formative assessment, and if they are, what it looks like. I think part of what we've seen in that study, the teacher benchmark use study, is we probably also need to do a better job of communicating the purpose of formative assessment. So I think we give teachers a lot of things that are good initiatives, well developed, etc. But it's not obvious what the purpose of that is. And then to give them multiple opportunities to be trained. I know for myself, there are times when I'll go to a training, it'll be great on that day, and then I go home. But changing my actual life is a much harder thing than just attending training. So I think there is some space from our side to be reflective about what we could be doing better in training teachers and giving them a clear understanding of why we want them to change their practice. And then I think the other aspect, which is where the presentation ended, it's now that I know that 50% of my learners don't reach the letter benchmarks, now what? What are the remediation strategies that I can actually implement? So I think that would be the emphasis for me. And then on the intermediate phase and the benchmarks at the back, Clarence, unfortunately, we're calling it a day at the benchmark lab. We got more and more ambitious the more languages we were benchmarking, and so the grades increased. So the ones you're seeing with the least ones are where we started. Whereas the more we were benchmarking, we were also collecting further data. So if a lot of our benchmarks would say the emphasis is on grade 1 to 3, but I take your point. The intermediate phase is important, and we want to support that, but that's future work for future new researchers in the research section. But yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much to the three presenters. And then perhaps, Mr. Blichnote, this is some work for you. I know that you have developed quite a lot of resources for languages, for the intercent phases. And you say that the benchmarks lab is closing down, so now you have to take over the baton and then see how you can strengthen teaching, learning, and assessment in the intermediate phase, taking from the work that has already been done through the benchmarks work in the foundation phase. Colleagues, as we wrap up this session, I just want to point out that there's quite a lot of takeaway points from this session. And I think that both presentations actually have implications, not only for what happens in the classrooms, but for teacher capacity building programs. They have implications for learning, teaching, and support materials. And I'm glad that we've got the director for LTSM here with us. And I'm not sure if we've got colleagues from teacher development, but what happens at universities with regards to initial teacher education, they need to align this kind of work with initial teacher education programs. So I know that we have already begun to engage HEIs because we need to make sure that they are training actually. When we have teachers who enter the system and then who start teaching, particularly in the foundation phase, because we cannot afford to have mistakes in the foundation phase, that these teachers are properly trained. They have gone through a program that is responsive to what is contained in the curriculum. So one last round of applause to this session. And as I hand over the reins to the next chairperson, Ms. Kanyisa Diamond, I would like to call upon the panelists for the next session to come and occupy seats around this table. Please, I think, we've got Dr. Mabukhwane. I'm not sure if he's here. Okay, Mr. Nematangari, please move closer. Mrs. Almaret Dutoy, please move closer. We also have Ms. Chabalala. Please move closer to this table, so that Ms. Diamond can then be able to facilitate this session. So over to you, Ms. Diamond.
The graveyard shift. Okay, good afternoon. We are settled. So our session, we have 3 speakers. Am I audible? On. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So our session, which is the graveyard shift, we have 3 speakers. And the purpose of the session is to reflect on the value of these benchmarks and how we can use them. We have Mr. Toy from the Western Cape Department of Education, who's going to share about their use of the EGRA tool. And I think they've recently just adopted it and made it to be an online tool. So she'll take us through how they've done it and what they've learned and what has been the change management process they've followed to make sure that the use of the tool is embedded. And I think with that, we'll also reflect on, now that we have benchmarks, what does it mean for them as the department? We also have Ms. Chabalala over there, who's going to be talking about their use of oral reading fluency assessments, which are used by the department, the Gauteng Department of Education. And then we have Mr. Namatangari, who's going to talk about the use of the benchmarks, is it benchmarks? With the subject advisors and how everything has actually been integrated into the curriculum. So I'm going to just reflect on some of the work that the team has already done so that we can converse and reflect beyond those determinations. So the team has established that these benchmarks will be very useful for the provincial and the national office, and I think including districts as well, because once we have now established a reading proficiency definition, it means that we can easily also start having standards, setting targets, and communicating that to the districts and the schools. Becomes a lot clearer. And in turn, the schools, now that there's a base in terms of what is the minimum reading norm that should be within a learner, within having targets and goals, and even aspiring beyond just the benchmarks themselves. And then in the classroom, the teachers can then also measure learners and then be in a position to pick up learners who are at risk and then put in place remedial actions. So let's hand over to Mr. Toy and then hear what she has to share with us. Do we have an entire hour still? Or we should try and manage it for, okay, all right. If you could manage your time.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you what we congratulate the team on what you have achieved with this benchmarks. I was part of the group of subject advisors in 2014 that came up to DBE to be trained on EGRA. And I remember that at that training, they said that there is no benchmarks in South Africa. And we're making use of international benchmarks. Now, nearly 10 years later, we can look back and we can say we have benchmarks per language. And I think that's a major achievement. So thank you so much for the hard work that went into that. And it is assisting us as provinces tremendously in terms of improvement of reading. I'm going to unshare my the presentation just now because I would actually want to showcase our dashboard. This presentation was just made as a backup for in case the dashboard doesn't work well. Thank you for assisting on this. There you are. I think you had it on. There you are. It's not showing on my side, but I want to manage it, and that's going to be difficult if I have to do it from over a distance. I think if you just click on that, you should be able to, on the Chrome. There it is. Thank you. We were briefed with some questions that we have to address during this presentation. And the first one was, why did we as a WCED chose to implement EGRA at large? As the Western Cape Education Department, we see a lot of value in the early grade reading assessment. Not only does it guide us as a provincial department to see whether the interventions we're putting into the system is actually gaining the results we want to have, but it's also because it's a diagnostic tool, giving a tool in the teacher's hand to inform the teacher's teaching practices. And that's the one thing that as a department we have really pushed for our teachers to understand this is a diagnostic tool. It's a tool which they can use to see where their learners are in terms of reading proficiency, and then, and that's the important part, put in the necessary interventions in their teaching practices to assist the learners, to support the learners so that they can indeed get better reading levels. And that is the core reason why we decided to implement it at large. But also by institutionalization, my English, by institutionalization, make it part of the embedding it in the system. It actually brings about some accountability to the teacher, because the teacher realizes, I'm doing this, but I also need to report on this, and that in itself helped. But it takes time. We started training our teachers from 2015. We did it in different stages. We've trained all our teachers, but it took us about 3 years to take all our teachers through the training, and now we're doing top-up training with our novice teachers. And I think I can say that it's only now that we can start seeing that it's embedded in the system, and that teachers really understand how to use it and why we're doing it, and what the positives could be. So last year we shifted from, we're still doing our EGRA assessments as one-on-one with the learner, but we have developed an EGRA dashboard, and that is what you are seeing on this on the screen. And it is actually an extremely valuable tool, because by sifting, you can choose the language. So you can go into your first additional language or your home language. You can choose the term, you can choose the circuit, you can choose the school, you can even choose the year there at the left side. And by doing that, you can get a comparison. If I scroll there, you can see it's giving you your percentages in terms of where the learners is lying. Furthermore, it also gives a school breakdown. So now I think it's connectivity issues, which is now the issue. But let me just see if I show it for you on this presentation. There you can see, let me just go from the current slide. You can see that there is, for instance, an example of what you couldn't see on the screen now, where a comparison can be drawn between different years and different grades. And you can see, if we take 2022 against 2023, you will see that there is an improvement that we can see in terms of the results. I don't know why this is now doing this. Let me just see if I can get this on again. Let me just talk to it. What we have found, and that's something that we did after the release of the Nguni and the Afrikaans benchmarks, we sent out a circular to all our schools. We sent out a formal minute to inform our schools of the change benchmarks, because you cannot just have new benchmarks but you don't communicate it properly. These benchmarks then, sorry, I just want to rather get my presentation on so that you can see it from the start. Okay, let me go through the presentation rather. So, so we sent out a minute to clearly communicate. Now here on this slide, you can see a comparison, for example, in a graph format, which enables us to see at the at a glance where our learners are in terms of where the system are in terms of the different languages, but also in terms of the different components of the EGRA assessment that is in that assessment. Then per school, we can see a glance of where the red areas are. And what is nice is a subject advisor can now, before they go out to a school, they can go onto the EGRA dashboard, they can sift which schools they're going to, they can zoom into that school, and then they can go to the school and say, ma'am, I'm seeing that there's a lot of learners in your classroom that has not reached the benchmarks. What interventions are you putting in place to assist them? Is there any support you need? She can give them some advice on how to do that interventions, and gradually she can then assist the teacher to shift the needle in terms of the learners. So you can see there on the screen where's the red areas, where's the green areas, and where things are going quite well. If we take the next slide, which was the one I just had on, that is just a comparison. And this is interesting for us. It was very interesting for us when we completed our current assessment of this term to draw a comparison between last year and this year, because this year was done on the new benchmarks for Afrikaans and isiXhosa. English is still at the same as it was before, but we did adapt the other two languages that we are focusing on in our province, and it's clear that there is a positive shift towards the improvement that you can see there. Now, we get many questions in terms of how do you know your teachers do not fake the results, or they don't teach to the test and they kind of get the learners to memorize it. So we did an exercise. We will never be able to say it's not happening, because EGRA is a test that is administered by teachers. So obviously there is that human factor. I want my teachers to, or my learners to perform well, because it's also reflecting on me. And that's the other thing that we did, that we are constantly communicating that the EGRA results is not a reflection on the teacher. It's a reflection on where the learner is and what I am as a teacher can do to better that. And that is a message that I think is very important to get through to a teacher. Now, if you look at our systemic results, in the Western Cape, we have once a year systemic test for grade 3, 6, and 9. You will see there the 2022 systemic show that only 43.5% of our learners could pass the test on the reading component within this systemics. If you look at the passage reading, which the systemic is mostly built on passage reading with comprehension, you will see that we are on, in terms of EGRA, on 51%, which is not that big a difference from the systemics. If you think about how term performance vastly differ from our systemics with much more than this, then we are of the opinion that it's more or less in line with what the true performance is. And then lastly, we also built in our dashboard a quintile comparison, so it helps us to see across the quintiles how the improvement is visible and whether there is a shift in terms of the needle. Just to get back to the questions I was brief on. So for us, the dashboard really gives us a bird's eye view of what's happening in the province. It gives a district an eye view of what's happening in their schools, and then it enables us to plan interventions accordingly. So what lessons would I have to other provinces? I think the most important thing is get it embedded in your system. It's not working. Now it's working again. It's important that you train all your teachers. They need to understand how to use the tool, but most importantly, what is the purpose of the tool? It's not about looking good. It's a diagnostic tool to assist the teacher. And once the teacher understands that and the value it can bring for them, then they start to buy into it and then they start implementing. I think it's important that all schools should be on the program because it does give valuable diagnostic data and it gives per learner data so every learner can be tracked over years. And that's something our DDG was on our case all the time. Give us your per learner data. Where's your data? Now we can say we have per learner data because every teacher is supposed to keep a record of her data and she must keep it for at least 3 years. Then it goes with the learner to intermediate phase. But because we have the dashboard, we also expect from the teacher on a very simple Google form, they fill in the percentage of learners that could reach the benchmark in each of the components, and that is then drawn into this dashboard, which gives us the overview at a provincial level. And then I think the most important thing is, if EGRA alone, if we just stand still with the EGRA data, we're not going to achieve anything. It should be followed with interventions. And that's a very important message to get through to the teachers, is the data alone informs you where your learners are. But now what do I do with that data? And that is the message we need to get through to our learners. And then lastly, communication is key. And that's why we send out a formal minute with all the recording sheets that was adapted to the new benchmarks, so that the whole system gets informed of this is how we're going to take it forward, and from there it's easy to navigate it. I hope I've covered all, but thank you so much, and with this I hand over back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Du Toit. We will give you a chance to ask questions, but just 2 questions from me. On the training of teachers, what was did you have continuous training, or you did a once-off training and that was it? And so what was the actual, how many times did you train? How often did you train, and so on?
Thank you. The training happened over time. I think we did it over a 3-year period. District capacity played a role, so every district had over that time had to indicate to us what they are, when they are training, and how much teachers they're training. But we did classify our teachers. We have a project in the Western Cape, the 100 Schools project, and we started with them first. So they were the first cohort of teachers that we trained. Then we took the teachers via quintiles and we started training them. The training to do EGRA isn't rocket science. If you understand the content and the how, then it's not that difficult. So it was basically 2 afternoon sessions, one session where they were taken, a 3-hour session where we were taken through it, but it was a very practical session where they then practice it on each other so that they can get the sense of how to do this 1-minute test. And then it was followed up, and it's still followed up in districts during their quarterly workshops where they do, workshop their teachers.
And for the interventions themselves, is there standard interventions that the Western Cape Department has to direct teachers, or it's a call that they have to make?
As a department, we have rolled out, or we in process, it's a 3-year plan. It's actually part of our 5-year plan, but we have started to roll out an early grade reading program to all our schools. But together with that, we also partnered with Learning Support, and they assisted us to do a little manual with some reading activities that can be used in the classroom to remediate. So yes, and then what we also did as a promise, which was a great help, that's not so much on the remediation part, but we, our Edimedia department did a filming of video of EGRA in our schools in all 3 lots, where we filmed the actual process of how to conduct an EGRA assessment. And that is a tool or a resource that we have distributed to all our schools, so that even for novice teachers, if you just use the video, it will enable you to be able to administer the test.
As well as continuously revisit. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Mr. Namatangari to talk to the integration of the benchmarks on the curriculum, as well as what has been the response from the subject advisors. You can sit there.
Thank you and good afternoon, colleagues. You can hear me? I'm trying to make it very bold. Yeah. In fact, what I can share with you, let me just start from the beginning, from the initial stages of this process. We were pretty much involved in this process from the initial stages up to the conclusion now as we are launching this. But that is not the end of the process, because we need to make sure that we calculate the benchmarks. And fortunately, next year, if we are not struck by another disaster like the COVID, will be embarking on a curriculum review. And everyone in curriculum is aware, is alert of the benchmarks, because Dr. Nompumelelo, Dr. Stephen Taylor, they've made several presentations during the process to subject advisors. So they are aware of that, and already like the September, across all provinces, it was the language festivals, where when they were doing their ORF, oral reading fluency, they've incorporated the benchmark. So, and I've responded, I remember on many occasions to Nompumelelo to say, this is done. It's done, it will be calculated when we are going to review the curriculum, because it has been part of the gray area for curriculum. Much as they do reading aloud, because we are very prescriptive to say the learners should be doing reading aloud, but we didn't have the benchmarks as a form of norms and standards, particularly for that area. So this is just one component that we are norming. Even the reading comprehension, we are norming, because we need to hold the system accountable, because should we be asked, much as these things are in the CAPS document, but we are not so certain the teaching thereof, to say, do teachers teach reading comprehension? You see, which is our ultimate goal. So this is just one component, ORF, that will be mediated to all the subject advisors for them to cascade to their teachers. But you may just consider this done already. So, and this is not the only process that we are working with, because there are about the norms and standards. We just want to norm and standardize. Like, I can give an example of phonics. We have just developed the phonics program for all the languages. A singular phonics program. English is Zulu, and we don't want to add code any language level to those, because phonics is phonics across all languages. So there will be a phonics, Afrikaans phonics program for the sector. English phonics program, because currently, particularly learners from black communities, they don't have exposure to English phonics program compared to those in quintile 4 and 5. And we seem to continue to perpetuate that missing, that gap in their formative years. They will struggle with the pronunciation. You can hear through how I'm articulating whatever, that this is the product of quintile 4, 1, 2, 3. But my kids, because they get access and exposure to quintile 4 and 5 English phonics program, they don't struggle. And they are always correcting us, you see, because for them, they can pick it up to say bad, and for us, bad is bad. Overstretched. So this is what we are trying to do. So this ORF is just part thereof, and we have worked much closer with the research unit from the inception, and we will continue to work with them. So definitely it's going to be part of the curriculum when we do review the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Phonics, is phonics everywhere in any language? Is that the case? Do we want to unpack that, or that's a fight for another day? So I've heard arguments that even the African languages are not the same across, so phonics may not be suitable for all of them. Bumi, do you want to speak to that?
No, as demonstrated earlier on by the two languages, it cuts across all those languages. So for phonics, that is the main area where they are very different from other languages, particularly English and African languages. So the English phonics program is totally different from that of African languages. But the phonics program for the different languages, there are those variations, but they are the same. So like the sounding, as she has demonstrated, the sounding of those letters or of consonants and vowels, it doesn't change in any word combination. But if you take, for an example, the consonant TH in English, it gives you 3 or more different sounding. It can give you the, it can give you the. It can give you, what else? Which will be an aspirant sound. But in African languages, like my language, even TH is TH, with no expansion. So U is U. So you get into U in any word combination. It won't change as in U in English, where U can be A, it can be A as in spare, it can be I think it gives us 3 different sounds, né? But with African languages, you don't have that. Hence, in caps, we included a line that says the baby boo boo model works. It works, but you can't apply the same model into English at all. But when it comes to other components of languages like morphology, nouns are nouns. The types of nouns in English are the types of nouns in African languages. The morphology will be the same. But this very first foundational component, which is under phonetics and phonology, is different. Hence, we are talking of the singular phonics program for each language. And we are not talking about the language levels as in home and file. No, they just need to learn English. That's all. Thank you.
Got you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to hand over to Ms. Chabalala to tell us about the oral reading fluencies that they implement in the Gauteng department.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Yes, I wanted to come and stand here because I didn't want to talk to people who are behind me. So at least so that I can be able to see everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to DBE and Kanyisa. My name is Faith Shabalala, as you see there, from Gauteng Department of Education, from the Education Research Directorate. But I'm not here on behalf of research. I'm here on behalf of all the directorates and the branches that are responsible for oral reading fluency. So because there's a strong collaboration, that is why we managed to move forward. So because of time, so I'm responding to as a lesson that we have learned as the Gauteng Department of Education. I'm focusing on these 4 questions to say why we chose to assess oral reading fluency, and also how has the journey been like, and then also what is it that we have used the results for, and what are the lessons that we have learned as the department since we started this journey in 2019. So what I just want to highlight here is that ever since we started this journey, we have learned a lot, but it's important for us to know why we started. We wanted to determine the minimum proficiency levels of learners that they have obtained at the end of grade 2, because we know that at the end of grade 2, the learners go to grade 3 in preparation for the intermediate phase. So we looked at this model and we realized that it's going to be helpful to us. And then also to ensure that GDE administers high quality assessments with high level of credibility that will assist in improving the quality of education as well as learner performance. Because we know that most of the time when learners are assessed, they are assessed through formative assessment throughout the year, and the cognitive levels there are usually very different. And so when we have this standardized assessment, we know that it's going to be able to give us an overall picture of the province. And then also wanted to improve, just to improve the quality of assessment, just as I've indicated, and also to ensure that GDE has quicker and efficient assessments for its significant projects, like the intervention programs that would come up with, one of which was PSRIP. I always struggle to say that one. And then the EGRA, and which was very interesting to see now based on what has transpired from this meeting, that we also found that the schools that were using EGRA program did not perform well. And in our second 2021 ORF assessment. So we also just want to learn more about the interventions that we have come up with, because we are then able to engage when we do that. And then, so what, can you go to another slide? Yeah. So in this slide, when you look at goal number 2, so the ORF has assisted us to be able to achieve this goal 2, to promote quality education, because we know now that for grade 3s, this is what we need to focus. These are the gaps. This is what we need to focus on. So the findings that came out of the 2019 and the 2021 report, they helped us to improve this goal, which is goal 2. And then, so when you look at, I'm just going to look at that one part, because all these diagrams that you see here, they are here because they are now incorporating what we found in 2019 and in 2021 findings. So that one part where we were able to know where the learners are in their learning journeys, learning information for the system and for teachers, using information to inform teaching, setting system expectations and communicating expectations. So you see, when we're talking about the system there, it's because what we were doing, we're not just doing an ordinary research study. It was a systemic evaluation, which was looking at the entire system and how it influences reading in grade 3. Can you go just down? Okay. Yeah. I just want you to look at this slide. So this is the collaboration. As I said earlier, that I'm not representing research. So the directorates that are involved in this implementation, it's quality assurance, curriculum, assessment, and research. So we work together. And then, as you can see there, you'll get the slides because of time to see what is it that is done in which directorate. But the work is stationed in quality assurance because they have a systemic evaluation subdirectorate that is driving this. However, the setting of questions, the identification of schools, testing the instruments, and so on, it's done collaboratively, and then the write-up is then done by the Education Research and Knowledge Management Directorate, which is our directorate. So in 2019, we conducted a study, we conducted this assessment, and we covered 6,338 learners who participated, but the focus was only on reading, passage reading, which included 126 words. The findings were not good at all. Then we went to the phase 2, which was in 2021, where we then added the comprehension aspect and the phonics. But we also, because we are also testing the system, we made sure that we included the contextual factors, the demographic factors. So where we even looked at the quintiles, we looked at the schools that are getting certain interventions, then those schools that are classified as Section 58B schools, where we then saw that there's a problem at those schools where the EGRA was implemented and the PSRIP. So those findings helped us to say, let's relook at this and see what is happening, what is the cause. So that is what we learned, and then it was helpful because we wouldn't have known that if we did not administer this. So because of time, I just want us to go now to the lessons learned. Okay, before the lessons learned, we then, our curriculum directorate then came up with the strategy that was informed by the 2019 and the 2021 findings, where the strategy now had it had 9 pillars. So in these 9 pillars, pillar number 9, as you can see there, it's research, monitoring, and evaluation. So that shows the collaboration, because we have a role to play now as research to support curriculum. And then in this pillar number 9, the part that then has been done by research continuously is to disseminate the systemic report to all the relevant stakeholders, where now the district officials went back to the districts and the schools to support them. And then also the studies were examining if this English that is in the foundation phase, is it enough to help the learners to cope in the intermediate phase? And then also looking at why the schools that have got programs are not performing well as compared to those that do not have programs at all. And then also looking at the schools that are highly resourced, because there are schools that have got fully fledged libraries, but you find that when they write this ORF, the performance is not well. Then, so I'm just now going to make you aware of what we are doing, where we are this year. This year, we are now preparing for our 3rd phase of conducting this ORF. But in this ORF, we have now added the early maths assessment. And then we have, because of the PEARLS results everyone is worrying about, we also included the home languages, those home languages that were labeled as problematic in Gauteng. So, but what we have done, last week we started to do the pilot, looking at just to test our instrument, because we'll be doing EMA for the first time and the home languages for the first time, so that we can then do our rollout, as you see the dates there on the slides. So what is it then that we have learned as a province, and which we believe that others can learn from us? So when we implement, we need a clear purpose why these rapid assessments are conducted. And then also, we also need to make sure that there's continuous benchmarking, looking at the lessons, learning the best practices from other countries. So what we have done in bullet 2, we also benchmarked, looked at what other countries are doing, and other organizations, how they conduct their rapid assessments, so that when we do it, it cannot, because we know that if you do it carelessly, it can be rejected by the teachers, as it happened with Anna. So we're trying to avoid that. So also the strong collaboration within the directorates themselves, as I've indicated, it's crucial. And then ensuring that also data is protected, because anyone who's assisting, especially, I'm sorry to say, especially the external stakeholders, sometimes they are yearning for this data, which they may end up using it for wrong purposes. So it's very important to make sure that there's data security. And then there has to be continuous training for data collectors because sometimes when they go there, they do their own thing. They don't do what you have agreed upon. So that's what we're focusing on. And then there's always we present to the PLRC, and then just to inform them about what is going to happen, so that while we're collecting data, the union doesn't come back and say, we don't want this, we don't know about it. So we have a very good understanding with PLRC, and we inform them when we are going to administer, and then when the findings are ready, we go back to them and say, here are the findings, and then they then say, we just want to see the intervention. So we are together in this. And then we also make sure that when findings are coming out, we don't use them to stigmatize schools. So they are not school attached. They are like, it can be district attached, but also the report, it's purely systemic evaluation, not just a pure research report, where we do correlations looking at the socioeconomic factors, looking at the quintile and those characteristics that are attached to quintiles. And then it helps also that when we get those findings, it's that they then inform our strategy, and we are then able to come up with tailor-made interventions, because the district directors then are able to say, okay, in my district, this is how I'm going to use it because of ABC. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Chabalala. Let me give the audience a chance to ask questions. Are there any specific questions to be directed at our panel? But I think while we do that, let's also reflect on, beyond the schooling system, there are other people in the ecosystem of education, such as funders. In your view, how do you see these benchmarks being of value to you, given that you support reading in the schooling sector?
Thanks, Kanyisa, and thank you very much to all the presenters. I think just to start with the question that has been posed directly at funders, I think if there's one thing that drives continued funding into the space, but also encourages learning, because as funders as well, we've got quite a bit to learn about how policy works, what is this concept of impact that we all share but confuse all the time, is the ability to track what progress we're making. And I think it has been quite difficult to do that. I was reminded earlier when we were going through teachers' exaggeration of results, and started asking myself whether it's even worth connecting to MS data to try and see how individual funder programs have been doing, but also how we move in the system. I think it's an important aspect, and that's why these benchmarks are so important. It's also about standardizing those measurements across, that a learner's performance does not necessarily depend on teacher X and school A. I think it's a big, it's quite an important aspect. Just going to a question that I had, and I'm not sure whether it's a question that I'm posing to the speakers, but it's a thought that I had as the speakers were talking. How important is it for us? So given our history with other systemic evaluations, whether we're talking PEARLS or anything before the honors, now that we've landed here, and now that we have really highlighted the importance of appropriate measures, so our own benchmarks, i.e., how important is it for us to be able to compare ourselves with other countries? I think, and if it's still important, and maybe explaining why it's important for us to still compare ourselves with other countries. What are our thoughts then around still being able to do that without necessarily losing our own identity, or our own in-country diversity?
Mr. Namatangari, do you want to take a shot on that one?
I can respond to that from the curriculum point of view, because even the curriculum is benchmarked against the international standards, and we are always commended for that, to say people who are outside our shores, they commend us for the good work that we have done when it comes to curriculum, to say your curriculum is of the required quality. So the benchmarking will never be an ending in the process itself, because it's pretty much part of the process. So we benchmark as a form of standardizing and norming, and the norms and standards are drawn from the Constitution. So these are just the components that we are trying to say all the schools, all our learners should have exposure to the same system in education, not to have that distinction of, as I alluded to say, learners in quintile 4 and 5, it's like they are consuming a very different education compared to quintile 1, 2, and 3. So this one, like on PELS, remember, there are only 3 countries that participate from the continent: Morocco and Egypt, and I don't think there is one that didn't participate this time around. And there is, on corridors, there is a strong move towards not participating there, because you know of the outcomes, and which will be very embarrassing for the country, and which is not a true reflection that our learners can't read with understanding. You see, so why would we subject our learners and the country facing such an embarrassment? Meanwhile, you know that our learners can read with understanding.
Thank you. Ms. Chabalala, do you want to answer that question? Are there any other questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Kanyisa. I think my colleague has covered it all, but it's very helpful to benchmark, not because we want to be like those people. When we benchmark, in most cases, we look at what we have so that we can just be able to measure ourselves and also learn best practices with the purpose of improving what we have. So that is how it has worked for us. Thank you.
I don't think I have anything more to add. I fully agree. We need to benchmark. I must say our WCD systemic test is aligned to the PEARLS and the international standards. And it does give you some kind of barometer to see, are you actually improving in what you're doing? Because we put a lot of money, a lot of effort, a lot of planning and energy into putting interventions in the system. How do you measure it? You need to benchmark it to get some kind of measurement to see whether it is actually giving the results you want.
It certainly does give you a starting point and what to aspire, and from where do you start your aspirations as opposed to being completely in the dark. One stakeholder that hasn't been mentioned, what use would this be for parents? Parental engagement, is there a place for that?
Sorry, potentially not answering the question. I can give a view as a parent, but maybe before that, I wanted Mpumi to just respond to the second part of my question. So if benchmarking is important, in our journey towards upgrading and improving the AGRA, what are thoughts about conversations with the international partners or other countries, to be specific, around the possibility of benchmarking, again, without losing identity, without losing diversity?
So I think in Sang's presentation, or maybe it was Stephen this morning, EGRA is not unique to South Africa. I think at least 70 countries are using it. But I think we have made specific adaptations that suit us, that accommodate the complexities that we've learned about our languages, that have a criteria that matches and makes sense for our languages, those aspects. So I think, yeah, there is a possibility and options of comparing ourselves to those countries and how they're doing. But there are some methodological differences that limit this. So, for example, I can't remember the exact country where the benchmark was set so high with the top 5% of learners or something, that when you administer the assessment, you get that only 3% of the countries reaching the benchmark. Then it doesn't help you with the way we want to use them, because it should tell you what children can do so that you can intervene at the right stage. So I think for these benchmarks specifically, they are less about comparisons to other countries and more about what can we do in our classrooms to improve our own practice. Then you tie yourself to pearls, etc., that still measures a skill, but measures it much later in a comparable way.
Mpumi, could you speak to the parental question? And I think try to also paint a picture for funders. What way could they use those benchmarks for their programs?
So for parents, I think we have lessons that we can learn from places like India, where there is a lot of work that's done by civil society assessing children in households, directly in households, using fairly simple tools where you're able to adapt an EGRA kind of tool and apply these kinds of benchmarks, and then easily communicate to a parent that, hey, when your child starts grade 1, your expectation by the end of term 2 should be that they know 10 letters. And that's an easy thing to translate to a parent, right? As opposed to like, let's go and read the CAPS curriculum that speaks about fluency and a rich vocabulary, etc. Something like a benchmark can lend itself to that kind of quick, easy information as a parent, that you're able to then get your own information about what your child knows. How to do that, research on it, actually implementing it needs to be investigated further. Then I think as funders, we're all working towards the same system. We're all trying to improve learning for reading in these South African languages. So incorporating these kinds of benchmarks to your own reporting in your program, so getting your implementers to use them and report against them is helpful. It tells you how far we are in the bigger national conversation in terms of getting to where we need to get to, and even more so for your evaluation side. So the independent person who's not your implementer can come back and tell you whether that 10 million you've been investing in your program has actually resulted in a shift in reading, according to the benchmark. And like we've said, the benchmarks are not the only thing, but they can help with both supporting implementation and then also evaluating your own programs.
Thank you. Please, let's give a round of applause to our panelists. And I think because it's late in the day, I will stop it here. Thank you very much for staying on. We have some closure to still do.
All right, thanks so much to everyone in that last session, and well done to the survivors. Most of us, I think, have made it to the end of the day. We are a bit over schedule, but I think that's probably a good thing. It's probably there's so much to talk about, so that's great. So it's down for me to say a word of thanks and to talk about next steps and to close. So let me just say a few things about next steps. I think the work, in some ways, as people have pointed out, is only beginning. A lot of work has been done, as you can see. It's a lot of detailed work, careful work, but there's still more and more to do, especially around using the benchmarks now. Now that we've developed them, how do we use them? And this is where I think, although we've had so much collaboration within this project already, that's where we need more collaboration, especially within the DBE. The work we're doing with the colleagues in Branch C, Ms. Modiba, Bonnie, Clarence, and the team. I think we hope for much more collaboration going forward. And any way we can support you, we're keen to do that. I think there is potential here to enrich what's already been done by the department in terms of the EGRA program. Those tools have been distributed, training has been provided, and hopefully this benchmarks can just strengthen that, and the further work around developing more passages, more guidelines to teachers on how to respond to the information, building on the teacher benchmark usage work that Asanda and Zama presented earlier. I think those are all sort of the start of the next steps of using the benchmarks constructively. We also do want to use them to track progress in the sector. I think we don't want to wait for pearls every 5 years with its limitations. Also, it's an outcome, so it's like that final area of reading with quite high degrees of comprehension. We want to track progress along the way at an earlier level in the building blocks. So we're not just kind of waiting for that final sort of judgment, but we're tracking progress. And I think as we do that, we all need to work together to make sure that also there are no unintended consequences. I think Dr. Mbudi spoke about some of the risks with, maybe people just sort of focusing on a few negative statistics rather than seeing it as a way to track progress and to look at that constructively and with attention to each language and context and all of those things. So that is an area we're going to need further collaboration. I think the teacher benchmark usage project that was presented already showed some value in that it helped teachers from quite low levels of awareness of where their children are at towards better awareness, more accurate understanding of where their own children are at. Teachers in some ways are the primary users of these kinds of assessments. So hopefully we can build on that. Obviously, I think with some cautions that people have raised about not narrowing instruction towards just sort of a focus on letter sound speed or something that's maybe too narrow. So there are some communication challenges that we'll have to navigate in terms of how we present this to teachers and to the sector. But hopefully we can navigate that. It's great to see the provinces already making use of the benchmarks and building on their own work with using them. Gauteng and Western Cape, great to see what you are doing. Hopefully that serves as an example for other provinces as well. And it's great for us. To some extent, we can lead things nationally, but it's great if provinces take things up and apply their research. So we'll be there to do some of that. It's research around teacher use, research around how parents can maybe use these benchmarks. It's an obvious question to raise, but as a true researcher, I'm like reluctant to say yes, definitely, until we've kind of piloted something, developed something that has a bit of substance to it, and sort of tried to see how it actually works. So yeah, lots and lots to still do, and we look forward to working with many of you on that as well. So moving then towards vote of thanks. I think it's thanks, but also well done. Well done to everyone involved in really excellent work. I think you can all see that there was some high quality work done here. So I think a round of applause to all the analysts, all the data collectors, all the vision casters, everyone who did this excellent work. Let's quickly give them a round. Yeah, I think as Mpumi's one slide showed, like the combination of different types of expertise is really important, and it's so valuable to see, because I think sometimes there's often a temptation to be critical of like one group doing something because they're this but they're not that. And I think what's great about this project, we saw everyone come together, and it takes different expertise, and those expertises are not in competition with each other. That's a crucial thing. It's not like one type of skill is seen as better than another type of skill. They're all needed, not both. There were about 8 different types of skills you identified that work together so well on this work. So that was great to see and well done. yeah, I think collaboration is really the big thing. I think it's proud. I feel proud as someone in the DBE that we led this work. I feel like that's a positive. But it certainly wasn't just us. There were so many people involved, so many partners and collaborators that need to be thanked. I'm nervous to start thanking names and organizations because there were too many, and I'll definitely not have them all. Yeah, so I mean, obviously there's the organizations that partnered with different aspects, from your data collectors, your data innovators and colisas and others like that. Then obviously the funding partners. On this round it was USAID, Xenex and Old Mutual, who we're really grateful for, but we're grateful for others who've partnered in the past. UNICEF's been a solid partner for a long time on our reading work. So yeah, I'm grateful to all the different experts that contributed. For obviously everyone in the program today that spoke. It was wonderful to hear all the different presentations, the different aspects to the work, our linguists, the doctors, Dr. Chalke and Dr. Koza. It's great to have your presentations and the work that you've done with us for some time on this project. Yeah, I appreciate all my DBE colleagues who also supported this work, and also today we're here, in particular those who chaired sessions and participated on panels. Mr. Nimbatangari, thank you, thanks Mboni. Ms. Mudiba, thanks so much for all your support and for helping today as well. And Ms. Manon, I think, has stepped out, but appreciate her inputs, and also in her absence, Dr. Mbude. We're really grateful to have people in attendance and supporting and participating in this work today. Who else? Then, so I think that's most of the people. I want to, in addition, say there are other names and individuals that I know, I can see, and that have worked on the analysis, on the reports. If you open the two front pages of the two, well, probably the three reports, you see the list of authors is long. So long that I didn't want to start naming the names in case I didn't get all of them. But the list of authors, and then over and above maybe sort of 8 or 10 authors, people have worked together on those reports, from the analysts to those writing. Then there's still acknowledgements of other people who've helped and advised and commented and been part of it. So really a lot of people did great work on this. In terms of today's event, I also want to thank the RCME Directorate, our team, sitting over there, easily to identify in our school uniforms. Yeah, well done, guys. As usual, on a great team effort, on all the work to make this a great event, successful event. Well done on all the organization that you guys did. Yeah, can give them a hand. And then I want to thank in particular, probably I think the two main kind of leaders on the benchmark work. The co-leader, firstly, Lesang. Well done, Lesang. Great presentation today. I think the detail in your work and thinking around this is really impressive, and it needs to, with time, be communicated more and more. So well done to Lesang. And then the chief, and I'm gonna need to get this name right. It's Dr. Nompumelelo. So Dr. Nompumelelo Nyati Moshani. Well done. It's now the sort of triple name, very fashionable and impressive sounding approach to personal naming. So well done Mpumi, on leading all this work. It was a lot of work. It took a lot of not just time, not just kind of expertise, but a lot of emotional energy, a lot of leadership, a lot of networking, a lot of kind of herding and kind of getting everyone towards an understanding of where we're going. I think you cast vision for this. You saw the need, and you've worked together and you've led extremely well. And in the context of wrapping up your PhD, which we're now very glad is done, and congrats on that as well. Yeah. So yeah, everyone, yeah, well done. Thanks so much for being here today. It's been a great occasion. I appreciate it all. I think we can close it. Thanks very much.